right, 6 o'clock. It's a hybrid meeting of the city council, member of the public can view this meeting live on channel 8, the city's website, and YouTube. Live stream Spanish translation services are being provided for tonight's council meeting by telephone. Please dial 720-386-9023 and use code 10404091 address. All right, and I'll call the study session to order. First up, preliminary session number 2, 2026 budget, Chris Johnson. Thank you, Chris.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, City Council and City Manager Rogers for the opportunity to present. I won't waste any time. These first few slides are reminder slides, just looking at our general fund balance. We ended, spoke currently last, we were at around 45.1 million in remaining general fund unassigned balance and 9.1 in remaining restricted 2K fund balance. This is a reminder of our preliminary source and use. This is a little simplified version. We wrapped all total revenues up there and our total expenditures to net out our operating income of just over 10.6 million. When we take out our transfers that we are obligated to do, we can show that 2.880 deficit that we spoke about last week. When we break that down between non-2K and 2K, you can see the non-2K is at a deficit of -5 million. While the 2K revenue is actually at a surplus of 2.2 million. Today, the focus is going to be on the decision package proposals submitted by departments. For this year, we asked a lot of them. We had them really take their time and do a thoughtful, data-driven approach to bringing us proposals to include in the budget. This was for a lot of reasons, and I will say most of these reasons were before we even projected a deficit, just knowing that there's ideas of issuing a COP next year that we will have to incorporate into the general fund. We have I'll speak a little bit more on it later, but our long-term financial plan effort going, which will help us get a better projection to how decisions will impact the future. And just the reality that the ACT program, the ARPA grant dollars are going to run out at the end of next year. And so it is important, especially with the federal and state uncertainty, to make sure we are being fiscally prudent about our decisions. We switched up the terminology a little bit. Now they're called decision package proposals rather than budget requests. And that is intentional in that we need to have well-justified funding decisions, and decisions can be made both ways. Sometimes it's adding to budget. In the future, it may be reducing from budget. So it's important to have that in the terminology. Otherwise, this year we had a cap of 5 requests, and we asked departments to get creative and look at existing resources to try to see if they could fit something in, or, possibly take a vacant position to meet their current priorities. This slide lists all the approved decision packages by department. You can see 2 for city manager's office, including the marketing specialist. Finance is adding an accountant, some small human resources, as well as IT. With the infrastructure modernization, they're taking a phased approach. So that will be what's needed in year 1. We're planning on adding outside counsel for legal and Parks and Recs. They have a couple positions that we will add, but hire at a later date to help control costs a little bit. And in public safety, the funds were headed towards technology for the most part, with also some volunteer internships and reserves funds included. In public works, they had 3 approved, one being for park staffing to make sure the right of way and new parks are well maintained. Infrastructure demands include some employees as well as trucks to help the hotshot team, and then the FTE traffic signal technician, allowing us to bring some traffic signal work in-house. When put all together, the 2026 decision package approves total that 3.435 million, which will be added to the general fund expenditure total. When looking at what departments request, there's there's other ways to make things happen. When we say something incorporated in base budget, a lot of times we can find some underutilized accounts and have it moved to a different account to help them have something they're requesting added in without adding money to expenditures. The ones listed there were some that we were able to do that by just moving money around accounts to make things happen. Other ways is if we identify some budget surplus early enough in the year, we can absorb them in the 2025 budget. Some of the municipal court technology upgrades that Mayo was talking about last week, as well as one that's near and dear to my heart, some budget book software. We're able to do that just by absorbing it into 2025 numbers. We also look at strategic changes. We've talked about the hiring strategy in police, knowing that while they have vacancies, we, rather than tying up money, budgeting for those positions that are unlikely to be filled, we can have a nimble hiring strategy and address those as their vacancies are filled and add them to the budget. Other ways of seeking is looking for grants to help the residential turf program and looking into last miles connections microtransit program. 2 weeks ago, we were in this room and talked about city council's main priorities heading into this year, and these 4 areas were the ones voted on and approved. So we wanted to point out like what we're already doing in those areas. Like in public safety, we are committing funds to build out the real-time crime center and the emergency operations center technology. We talked about the hiring strategy. We also have a very strong base budget for supplies and equipment for them. That's over 1 million. That should help them keep equipped. For Derby, this one is still under review. We are working on some items that will be brought back at the council workshop a little less than a month from today. Economic and retail development. We're looking at AI to help make better informed decisions and adding that into the IT budget. They have a base budget of over 400K in outside services, which help them pursue opportunities that may present themselves. And as I spoke about on the other session, that FTE marketing strategy specialist will help the city market itself to both potential businesses and any other needs that the city may have. And then public works, park staffing expansion is to make sure that the right of way in city parks. Infrastructure demands, we added 3 employees there, including 2 that will add to the hot shot crew. And then 4 weeks ago, we added 2 million to the 1A preventative maintenance program to help keep streets paved quickly.
Very quickly on that, on the marketing specialist position, we've actually been able to address that in 2025. So even though that's shown as approved, we've been able to use a vacant position to bring that up to date now. And when you saw the micro transit first and last mile grant, we received word at the end of last week that we received that $500,000 grant, which will require a $126 million in-kind contribution from the city in partnership with RTD for next year, which we'll use the CM contingency fund that we have access to. But just want to highlight those 2 things from the slides.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you
Mayor Pro Tem
for,
has a question.
yeah, thank you for stopping. Under Public Works, preventative maintenance program. Is there a way to do an assessment of the 280 miles of road as a project to determine which roads need to be repaved? Because I've been driving up and down roads, and it's almost as if there's probably a scale, like let's say 1 to 5. And this road is really bad, it's a 5, and this one is a 1, and therefore it doesn't need to have something repaving for 3 years or something. But to be able to say we have a plan so that Ward 4, even though it's not that old, hasn't had any work done. So I've been in our house for 14 years and our roads have not been resurfaced. I know that people have lived there longer since the beginning, and it doesn't appear as if the roads have been resurfaced because so much of the base pavement is showing with the pebbles gone. Buffalo Run residents were contacting me over the last few days about their road as well. They had seen the improved road on Heartland and thought that all of Reunion had been repaved. And that they themselves had problems and sent pictures. And I assured them that that wasn't the case, that it had been Heartland and maybe a few feet off, on the roads that are off Heartland. But I think that we need a real assessment of the entire community to determine how to prioritize these, when to prioritize these. I was shocked when I learned for the first time that paying for these roads is a SIP project. And so we're approving SIP money for other things, brand new things, without taking care of what our residents want to see taken care of on a basic quality of life standard.
Councilmember Teeter.
Yeah, on the same lines as Council Member Noble, Mayor Pro Tem.
It's
Noble
okay.
Was saying, even if we could get a sheet that is letting us know what is on the agenda, what's coming up, what's gonna be repaired next year, what's gonna be resurfaced next year. And that way, we'd be able to look at that list and see a road that was missed and bring it to our attention, in advance of waiting until the last minute. That would really help if we could just get something like that. And by getting all they've done, Mr. Ted Kimmis just says his wife come up and give me a big hug. But it was long overdue.
Yeah, and how are those decisions made? Which roads get done and which roads don't get done? I mean, I didn't even think Heartland needed that much, but it was repaved.
Senator Rogers.
Thank you, sir. Great question. And I think what we're currently doing and what will be further enhanced for the next year, I can cover. So we do a pavement management discussion with council. It's usually early in the year where we've identified the roads, and at that study session is where we typically had a conversation. And in that, we have talked about in the past how we have approached what roads have risen to the need of having to be reconstructed or to be repaved, milled, and so forth. What we currently have in place from our Smart City Alliance is a contract with City Rover. City Rover is a predictive software that will allow for our public works to drive our streets to identify what I would call and grade our PCI conditions of all of our roads, right? So from fair, good, better conditions. Why that's important is that it's going to what your question is, Mayor Pro Tem, is that it will allow for us to be more, to be looking out into the future about what roads are coming up from that fair to a good condition and being able to address them before they drop into a, for lack of better words, bad condition, so that the impact or the amount of money that has to be expended is less, and we're actually able to stretch those dollars further and improves the road before they get into that negative condition. So we've been working with City Rover over the course of the year to fine tune that so that we can then utilize that for the upcoming year. So it's a software that allows for our various vehicles to drive around, that will map, that will look at the conditions of the road, and then give us where that PCI is. That's the technical aspect of it, and say whether or not it needs to be addressed now or how many years of life that we still have left before it gets from a fair to a good condition. So we are working towards what you're asking for about mapping all our roads and seeing which roads would need to be addressed in that upcoming year. And then we bring that forward to you all in a study session to talk about what that pavement management or that 1A is going to be, what is that 1A is going to cover in 2026.
I'd like to know the date of that meeting. And also one of my constituents on East 104th Place, I submitted on him last year because his road is such a mess. And the reply that I got back from Access C3 is that he wasn't on the list for 2024. So now he's asking, is he on the list for 2025? But I don't know if there's a list and I don't know if he's on it. So that would be something important to see who's on the list for 2025.
I'll have to go back. I think we provided a list when the actual contract was approved before you all. I'm gonna say in the March timeframe. I don't have access to that right now, but I do remember that that was presented to the body.
I don't think it's the same as having a fulsome discussion about all the streets in our wards. When we get a list of what has been pre-selected and there's a contract that is going with that. So he was on it last year. He was submitted last year in 2024, so he should have been on the list this year.
I can't speak to that. All I can say with you, ma'am, is that we've provided you all with a list. We've had a conversation with you all in advance of those contracts coming forward, that if there was any desire to want to include streets, we did so. So we can get you that date of information of when those conversations were held and what was presented to you all.
Is a request carried over year to year if it doesn't get accomplished?
That I can't speak to. Do you know, Jenna?
So what I will say is all of the requests that were passed along to Public Works from council that I was made aware of were included in the 2025 contracts. So I'm not,
Could there have been a possibility that a street fell off? Absolutely. Can I say for certainty that that occurred? Absolutely not. I think we would have to get whatever information that you have about this street and cross-reference it across the last couple of years to see if it was addressed, if it wasn't addressed, that it should have been addressed, and then take appropriate action.
I
But
can
I
do that
think that's
easily.
what-
It's on Access C3, so that would be easy to do. It's still there.
Councilmember Peter?
Also, along with that list, we need one list for resurfacing and milling. We need another list for old streets that still haven't gotten sidewalks in them, like Dahlia Street. It's got sidewalks on one side. On the other side, it's got no sidewalks and it has a drainage problem. And to where it's not gonna just need resurfaced, it's gonna need to be reworked, because right now it's got a big dip just before it gets to the drainage area. And so you got a little pond there you gotta drive through, and it where they put the drain at, the street drain is just, it's above the where it should be. But so it needs to be a different type of redesigned a little bit.
So when we came back in the CIP project on July 20th, just as a reminder, we showed you all under 1A, all of the various breakdowns. So we do have a sidewalk program that we utilize for what ones are necessary. We're also doing that for ACT. Dahlia is a little bit unique because that's a county project. That's not a city project. If I'm thinking about
This is
cities.
up in Denver, or is on the south end, between 52nd and 56th is what I'm talking about.
Yes, so the southwest corner, the southern half, yes.
so for 56 and Dahlia, we are doing concrete panels next week, and that will exhaust the funds of concrete flat work for the year. And then to city manager's point, the rest of Dahlia is an Adams County project. Sorry, Jason.
Thank you. But if there's a desire to want to understand what sidewalks that we're tackling. Now, once again, sidewalks, we do go through an analysis. We're going through an analysis right now as part of the ACT so that we have a full complete understanding of which ones are in disrepair, which ones are also in need of having connectivity, because we do have gaps, especially in our core city. The difficulty there is that, right, we have a 2 foot to 3 foot wide condition, which isn't always necessarily ADA. So you have to also then contemplate, if you could fix that sidewalk, it's having to bring it up to standards. And then, as you know, in some places that may remove on-street parking. So there's some back and forth that we do also have out in the community about, you're getting wider sidewalks, you're getting greater protection for pedestrians, but you're also then having to give up, because, right, there's only so much right away that you can leverage without then taking something else. But if there's a desire to want to get a list of the sidewalks that we're doing, that's not a problem either.
Would it be something that we'd be able to bring up anytime in our computers on with this new AI process?
I don't want to go as far as say that everything will be iterative and interactive just because of labor and manpower. I think if you wanted a list of the projects that we would be undertaking, I think that is not an issue of us being able to provide to the council, right? It's just thinking about what's the best bang for the buck, the time and the labor that we're putting into it. And like I said, giving you a 8.5 by 11 PDF of our projects and when we anticipate that, I think we can easily provide, but you know, trying to deliver that as a interactive aspect right now just may be a little bit more taxing than and then focus on trying to get out there and get it done.
Councilmember Ford.
I just was curious if on any of our flat work and paving stuff, if there has been any thought about Colorado Boulevard. I know it's a tough one because Colorado Boulevard is that flagpole area where half the houses are still in the county. But Colorado Boulevard with with the light rail station and the new apartments and everything else, at some point, and that's gonna be full on storm sewer. I mean, it's gonna be a huge project, be a very expensive project, but it's something that we should have at least on our minds, because at some point, we're going to have to pay for that infrastructure for the folks that live over there. And that's not gonna be a cheap one. That's gonna be real expensive because of the amount of storm sewer and everything that has to go into it.
So we plan on coming back to you in October. Councilmember Madeira had made a motion asking us to look at the feasibility of Colorado south of 68 to Brighton. So we will be looking at that, right? Extending what that motion was extending the improvements that stop at 68
All the way down.
all the way down. So you'll get an assessment about what that cost would be and what it would necessarily take for us to be able to move forward on that. So we are working on what you just asked for.
The other one that I think we need an assessment on, that most people don't see it, but from 50th to 48, Ivy Street
Mhm.
is probably the worst road in Congress City. I mean, it is, there are drop offs, you know, it's ridiculous, but at some point, we're going to have to deal with that too. I was hoping that development project that was coming before us was gonna take care of some of that.
4 years ago.
Yeah, and we haven't heard anything of it since, but you talk about bad roads in Commerce City, you know,
Yeah.
Old Mill Road and Ivy between 50th and 48th, probably the worst roads in Commerce City.
Being a truck driver, it's just like you going up there and you got these big
Oh,
humps.
it's
and
terrible.
Your load is just destroyed before you get out of town.
So I would say if you're looking at Ivy's a true full-on CIP project.
Total rebuild.
Yeah, you're looking at widening, you're looking at drainage, you're looking at sidewalks.
Even worse, it's built on that old landfill, and I don't know how you're gonna deal with, you know, being able to get a good base for that road to sit on, because it's been moving for 50 years.
So when we were working with that URA, you'll get an update about the URA on the 18th. We did cost that road out, Ivy, because obviously they were we wanted to understand what they were looking for in that TIF revenue generation to be able to go back to for some community benefits. And Ivy, based on inflation today, is gonna be around 3.5 million to,
Oh, easy.
so 3.5 million is Ivy Street.
That's cheaper than I thought it would be.
Back to the Mayor Pro Tem's question about the streets, we do have our list of streets that are open. Not open, but they're on our pavement managed page on the website. So anyone will be able to actually take a look at what list of streets that we are working on this year by accessing that.
Yeah, I was gonna say that when we had that, when that came out, as far as the streets go, to us, we didn't have a list of the streets because they were not identified yet. Later on, it came out, but not the time we had our contract. And when we're doing pavement management, I remember the way it used to calculate, it used to be a 3-year headwind. They would know what's gonna happen in the next 3 years in what sector of the city. And then they would, it would be in colors, pink, green, and yellow. And, that would indicate, the crack seal or mill overlay, slurry seal, all those different things. And we knew, I mean, that's when we started out, that's decided to do payment management and put $2 million in there. It was based off that assessment. And that was done on the grade of, like you said, of the road. So, because they used to come out and do core samples too. Mayor Pro Tem.
So we have the 280 miles of road. And you say that there is software coming.
Yes, we're working.
How are you going to determine which roads need to be milled, repaired, repaved, widened, using software?
Well, obviously, you still have to have an engineer. So we'll have an engineer that would evaluate that work. But operationally, once we have that software, we'll make certain determinations on what we believe is based on expertise and process, how to move that forward and how to bring that conversation. So those things will have to dovetail together and have to work hand in hand as far as technology as well as expertise in those who have been trained to evaluate that data.
Do we have a person in that role?
I would say we have a number of different ones.
Okay, so they would drive the roads then,
Yes, ma'am.
and their visual would be put in the software.
Correct.
Okay, and then from that, we'll see how they rank them, which is basically what I was talking about, is to have an assessment of all of our roads.
Yes. I mean, obviously, that assessment will come from a technical engineering background and standard that would obviously make a recommendation on which roads that we should address using real life data.
Right. Okay, I'm just trying to figure out how to deal with constituents, our citizens in Commerce City who want to see road work happening in their neighborhoods.
Thank you. You can proceed, Mr. John.
This slide depicts the impact of both the CIP decision and decision packages on our general fund balance. You can see available general fund unassigned balance start at 45 when we manage the budget deficit, CIP transfer and decision packages. It'll take around 13.5 million and drop us to just over 31.5 million. And looking at 2K, we have the 9.1, we'll add in 2.2, and then when we drop out the 6.4, we'll end up just under 5 million in restricted 2K balance. I like this slide because it kind of helps tell the story of the budget of just how much pressure is on the general fund unassigned balance to pay for things in the city. We have the ACT program, balancing the budget, CIP, decision packages, substation, and things you're going to talk about later today. It all pretty much comes from general fund unassigned balance or that restricted 2K balance. And it just shows the importance of prioritizing and making sound fiscal decisions, as there is a lot to get through. We had some follow-up from last week. We were asked to take a look at our golf course and restaurant revenues to expenditures to show the impact to the city of running both these. We have the last 3 years of complete years, as well as where we were at in this year and what the budget currently sits at for both those service areas. You'd see that the golf course could run the city anywhere between 8 to budgeted 1.5. It hasn't hit there in actuals. And then the restaurant can be anywhere to 200K to a budgeted 600K.
Chris, on that note, so we have someone from economic development, I mean, of course we do, but as far as the golf course, in those years, why have we been losing money in the golf course and restaurant?
So I think if I heard the question from back in the room, why the restaurant golf course is losing money. The main reason, and Chris can correct me if I'm out of turn here, is staff salaries have gone up. There's also been some expenses that have gone up as it relates to, right, food costs and chemical supplies to treat the golf course. But mainly salaries is the biggest reason.
So as far as like folks go out making their tea time and all that, I know before that we're making money off the course and course, been going through a lot of maintenance issues as well. Does that factor into that revenue loss?
So most of the projects that we're doing out there come out of CIP that relates to drainage and irrigation, so that wouldn't be factored into this cost here.
So that's just based on.
This is just operating expenses, correct, not including CIP.
In the restaurant, same thing as a.
Correct.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. I've requested this and I appreciate you coming forward with it. I was talking with Adams County Commissioner, and I believe she's the chair right now, Lynn Baca. And we were at the AdCog meeting, and Commissioner Baca said that they make a profit on Riverdale. I said, how do you do that? So whether she is accurate in that or not, I think it would be worth a conversation, because Riverdale has the restaurant, 18 holes, you know, almost the same clientele, if you will, in a way, because we're so close together. So might be worth a conversation. I do worry a bit about not just the expenditures on a regular basis to keep the business going forward, but the very large expenditures that we have to do because of the problems that the golf course has due to issues that go way, way back, way before your time, of course. I'm no pointing fingers here in any fashion, but it is challenging. And I think it's important for people to understand what that means. That when we, you know, have a $15 million remodel happening, and we have another, the SIP is including more maintenance of the golf course itself to about $10 million, I think was that amount, plus the annual expenditure over revenue issues. I think it's worth looking at some point in the future. Thank you very much.
Sure, and absolutely, just to comment on that. I certainly don't know what Riverdale Golf Course makes in revenue. I haven't looked into their books at all. But one of the things that we can certainly do to trim some of these differentials that we have from revenue to expenses is to look at our fees and charges that we charge for tee times. From my understanding, right, because I haven't been here the 30 years that the golf course has been open, is that we have never raised rates at the golf course. We will be bringing that to you in an October study session to look at rates for the golf course and as it relates to memberships for the recreation center. So that'll be coming to you guys shortly to talk about rates. And that will help with this certainly.
That makes sense. They are low.
Yeah, they're the
The
lowest in the
golfers,
metro
I'm sure,
area. pretty
appreciate
much.
that.
Yeah, yes.
Yeah, Mayor Ford.
Yeah, I was just curious, how much of that actual expenditures, I've never seen it quite that high. Back, I remember when I was the mayor, it was an enterprise zone. And the concessionaire took care of the restaurant. Now that it's all in-house and we have dishwashers and waitresses and everything else on the books, does that have anything to do with how high it is because we took over the whole restaurant side of it?
Sure, certainly, yes, because we had to hire staff to run the restaurant, right? We had, so that certainly increases our numbers. For those of you that don't remember or recall, the restaurant was leased out to a vendor at one point to operate the restaurant. Unfortunately, that didn't work out so well for the city. That vendor wasn't paying their sales tax or their staff. So at that point, the city had to take it over at that time. And, you know, those are things I think as Mayor Pro Tem was talked about, right? Is it fiscally responsible for us to take over or to run the golf course? And those are all things to always look at, right? When you're talking about expenditures and how much it costs. But certainly on the other side, you have to look at what does that lease entail to lease it out to a vendor? And are they going to take care of it? And if they do lease it out, certainly our rates we have now, or if council decides to raise them a little bit, that vendor for sure is going to run it at a profit. So if our rates are here now, that vendor is going to raise them to here because they're going to want to see that profit. And we're not going to have any say in that as a city and what they raise them to. The other thing is, right, they're probably still not going to, they're going to lease that from us and run the operations, most likely we're still gonna be responsible for the CIP of it and taking care of that part of the golf course.
Well, first of all, I think the food's a lot better because we operate it.
Absolutely.
And the prices are a lot better because we operate it, because of the lack of restaurants in the area. I think this council has chosen to keep those costs down so that there's a place for our constituents to go and be able to eat a meal up in that area at a decent price. I never realized we're $1.5 million, but when it was an enterprise zone, it was usually in the $500,000 range. But I don't know what we need to do to try to tighten it up a little bit, but I just think that's a huge subsidy for us to cut.
Yeah, I think it was a little more than that, because it was enterprise, me, I know,
Was it enterprise? They had to come to us with.
yeah, they just asked for money.
Right, and it was about $500,000 a year is what I recall.
I don't recall the price, but I do remember if it reached a certain point that we were gonna go over, we had to come to council to let you
And then
guys
we
know.
eliminated the enterprise zone so that we could operate it and it could have, because there is some public benefit to having that and the prices the way they are. But $1.5 million a year is pretty substantial.
So that's the budget for 2026. What does that $3.5 million include? For expenses?
On the golf course O&M,
Like I said, it's a lot of that salary is going to be your staff, and then it also goes into your supplies of taking care of the golf course. And you're also looking at, right, water is going to be in there, irrigation water of the golf course.
That's what 24 was too, wasn't it? Was it 24 the water? Irrigation, you gotta do a pump house.
Right.
So, I mean, that's what the cost is to get the golf course where it can be,
The water,
yeah.
right, and that price is gonna fluctuate, we're gonna water more in the seasons that it's drier. And I think that you guys know, every season seems like it's dry right now. That is definitely changing our climate. Rain is our friend at the golf course for sure, not for the golfers, but it is for us.
Right.
The reasons that are flooding.
Thank you.
Slides just to remind you guys of the long-term financial plan, give you a little update. Most of the interviews are complete. I know they still have a couple to do. A lot of the data collection is complete. I just was asked for a second data collection, so I'll be working on that to provide them with even more financial information. The next step for them will be to finish assessing the financial condition and give us a summary of that condition. They're also working on the Excel model that we will be using in subsequent budget years to help project the impact of the long-term impact of decisions. We were able to get a sneak peek at it. The numbers are far, but they were just kind of showing us how we can bring up and put scenarios in for different projects throughout the years and kind of show how that would affect both our fund balance and our operations. And then as we get through the end of the year, the process will take through the end of the year. We're right on pace right now. We'll have a draft and final plan that we will present and delivery of that model for our use from this year and as long as we update it. So this is a really important effort that I just wanted to bring up again. As to wrap up, we're just looking at the budget calendar next steps. We got the preliminary session tonight. I'll be back next week to go over the GIDs, the URA and the legislative budget. And then all that is we'll bring back revised numbers at the 9/8/25 council budget workshop for final decisions. After that, we have about a month and a half until we open the public hearing. And then a couple weeks later, we'll close and wrap up another budget year. That's all.
All right, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Noble?
Thank you. On the 32 million unassigned balance, have you already subtracted the design packages that we just saw?
the decision packages.
Yes.
So, and that's what leaves it at 32 million.
Yeah, 31.5, yes.
Okay, 31.5, 31.6. Technically.
You're an optimist, yeah.
And which ones on this dial thing haven't been included?
On this, I mean, you're talking about
Mhm.
police substation later today. We haven't fully figured out how we will fund the ACT program past next year. The COPs talked about later today, so
Economic development needs are included though.
yeah, those I would
SIP
say are
needs are
included.
included.
Yep, SIP's already included.
Deficit and the balance, the budget's included.
Okay,
So the ones that are police substation, the ACT program, we have a full year before we're gonna have to dive into that in 2027, right? Right now, we have 7.5 appropriated for programs that are broad ranging: workforce development, economic development, financial literacy of our residents, emergency housing. Will all of that be funded at 7.5 million? Probably not, but what does move forward within our means as a local government? So that'll be a conversation I think probably is worthy to have during the upcoming retreat that you will have, looking into 2027. And then potential COP debt service payments, really looking at Chambers Road, your large outstanding kind of major roadway project over the last 3 years, and Buckley Park, just because of the advent of Rocky Vista High School. And knowing that that'll be coming online, what does council do or not do in prioritizing that as a need, or phasing that as a need as well, from a public policy guidance and leadership perspective?
okay, I just wanted to be clear on the 32.6 million. Thank you.
I think it's also important to remember that since we are continuing to work through the budget process, there are some numbers that will continue to fluctuate as we continue to go. Finance will continue to review the revenue numbers to see if there's any modifications, positive or negative, to what has already been estimated. We also have ongoing employee evaluations that get processed throughout the year. So we will do a final update as we get closer to that budget workshop date of September 8th. As we incorporate the decision packages that we've talked to you tonight, allocations may change a little bit within our internal service funds. So numbers won't be exact when we come to you in September, but we will be able to highlight those areas where changes were incorporated as we continue to work through the process. But I think it's important to remember that some of those things still move as we continue to work through this.
Okay. One more thing. Last week, there was a $4 million bucket in the city manager's office's budget. And I wanted to be able to get detail. You described in general what was in the 4 million, but if you could provide detail.
What level of detail are you looking for, ma'am?
Pardon me?
What level of detail are you looking for?
To break it out by, it was a $4 million bucket. It wasn't the staffing, it was $4 million,
So we did have that broken down on that slide.
not the 4 million itself.
Yes, we did.
I'll
'Cause it was-
I'll
it
show
was-
you what I'm talking about.
Cause I think I know what slide you're talking about, where we had the 4 million, what was the total budget, which you had 2.5 million.
Oh, it wasn't the total
Salaries.
budget, it was a portion of the city manager's office budget.
So the 4 million is just the administration function within the city manager's office, which is under my direct producer, not city clerk, not D3, and not, and not community well-being. In that 4 million, you have charge services, you have contracts, you have salaries, you have benefits, and services charges, where when you add those lines up underneath, it gets you to that $4 million.
Okay, we can come back to it later. I'll pull up the meeting minutes.
I had a question as far as like, since there was an assessment, done by the assessor's office in Adams County, how does that affect money coming to us?
That'll just affect property tax. Property tax is not a major portion of our tax, but generally, since we've been Tabor constrained the past couple of years, I would expect we're Tabor constrained again. I would guess it's around 500K in additional property tax for next year.
Yeah, I know it's not a lot because it's only a 3 point.
Yeah.
Sometimes you're gonna We don't go up to that 3.2.
Yeah, property tax is currently around just under 4.5 million of our budget. We're losing $1 million a year due to Tabor on property tax. So if you all would be interested in entertaining the possibility of debrucing property tax, that would buy us $1 million a year.
When can we do that?
We've missed the deadline for the ballot this fall, but we could
Okay.
certainly look at trying to do that next fall.
I didn't realize that we weren't, I thought we were already debruced.
We're debruced with exception to property tax. So property tax is the only revenue source that is not debruced for the city. And for this year's budget, we certified a mill levy of 2.7 rather than our normal mill levy of 3.28. And the difference between that 2.7 and 3.28 is $1 million.
Okay,
FYI.
appreciate that. What about intergovernment revenues, highway user tax?
Highway user tax is based on a lot of things, like, if I remember correctly, that one has a fuel component, part of the fuel tax goes into that. It comes from the state, so it's a state pass-through.
Right.
And then the intergovernmental, the only intergovernmental we list now is cigarette revenue, which has just kind of been decreasing over the years as the public smokes less and less cigarettes, so.
Well, we used to get a list that had highway user tax, motor vehicle registration, cigarette tax, lottery revenue, bridge and road tax.
Yeah.
And then, of course, the commissioners can reduce that too. In Adams County.
Yeah.
Bridge and road tax mill levy. The general fund. It's the transportation tax. The commissioners can't change that. Open space. Revenue.
Those are all inputted, most of those revenues are inputted directly in our CIP fund. Next week, we're bringing that source of use to you guys to look at, so.
All right, appreciate that. And then, I'm not sure if it's, we talk about this now or underneath our, the time we have our council budget workshop, what would it be like if we decided to freeze hiring?
Yep.
Did a hiring freeze, and we only hired for the police department and public works.
Yep, absolutely. That's one of the things we're looking at. We plan on bringing a lot of different options such of that nature to that council workshop, so you can kind of look through them and see
I
what.
think we need options.
Yep.
And not, hey, this is where we're at, and I understand where our needs are.
Yeah.
I totally do. But when we see it from federal government side slashing, I mean, we rely on a lot of that because it also can help with jobs to work with those different programs and grants that we receive. And same thing with state.
I think with, obviously that, I think that's a great question that you raise and bringing options. You know, some of those will be decisions that will be based off of the council, and some of those, like hiring freezes, will be ones that I'll make and present to you all. But once again, I think we can share with you what a holistic picture would be based off of things that fall within my decision versus things that fall within council's purview and where that goes forward.
Right, and I understand we, when it comes to hiring, I understand that. But when it comes to budget, if we say we need to cut the budget by 500,000, then you would have to, up to you to figure out how.
Exactly, right.
Yeah. So I'm just saying.
No, absolutely. I think that's appropriate. You know, you're not gonna look at, hey, I wanna cut this, this, and this. You're gonna be more at the policy level of, we wanna see the budget reduced by X so that, right, we are net neutral or net positive by X percent coming into 2026. And then it'd be tasked for me to look at various department budgets that already been appropriated, dollar amounts for vacancies that we have and or savings thereof, to present to you on how we would be able to accomplish it, but also at the same time share with you what would be the real life impacts of what that means operationally in the world for our community.
Right. Well, it's just, when surrounding cities are doing it because of the state, if those things weren't going on, I probably would have this discussion, or that would be part of our budget talk.
Absolutely.
So I appreciate any Councilmember Douglas.
So I noticed on here, boards and commission marketing, is that a position that's going to be?
No, just dollar amounts. So money that would go into that fund to help with marketing and branding and getting that out into the community more. about the opportunities for positions that become available or roles that become available for.
But it doesn't seem like we have an issue bringing people to interview. I mean, it always takes most of my day on Saturday. It never seems to be that we have any issues finding people to interview and fill the roles, but
I know.
I don't know how much is going to be allocated for that, but
You know, a lot of it's, if you think about it, you know, my team does a lot behind the scenes that kind of get those individuals to the door that you all are interviewing on those Saturdays. And a lot of that, there's a lot of swag, there's a lot of collateral that is put out there that gains the attention of a community when we're at these various events that get them interested. So I think by increasing that gives the awareness, like I said, through swag, through collateral, through different means, it's going to just further deepen the pool of candidates that will come to boards and commissions as they become available and open. So.
All right. And then one thing about, since we have economic development in the room here. I know some cities, because of COVID, way companies operate now, it's not basically on employment who lives in their city. But there are some states that are giving incentives for people to move here because people are working remote. Their jobs are just remote. So, I mean, if we had other things for people to purchase as far as sales and use tax be different, but just putting it out there that some cities are attracting employees of companies that do work remotely.
Good enough.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, I did raise this at the last meeting and it was detailed without names for salaries, benefits, and services and charges in contract services. That's what I would like the detail on in the city manager's office. City manager's salaries are for 15 people, I guess, are with benefits are over 3 million. So I would just like to see the detail.
I'm more than willing to share my details. I am not comfortable sharing my staff details unless someone wants to go through the practice of looking at information that is Googleable on the internet or submitting a core request. That is, I think, not an appropriate request to be shared publicly, but and there are means of being able to gain access of that information.
Actually, I believe that the city attorney at the last meeting indicated that it was legal.
I said you can Google it, and if you would like more recent information, you would have to submit a core request because
Okay.
the information on the internet is of 2023. Once again, I am more than willing to share information publicly about myself as I am your employee, as it means to sharing my employees' information without an appropriate request, or if somebody wanting to go and do their own due diligence, then that's where I just come down on this, man.
We have $1 million in services and charges going through the city manager's office also.
Yes, and I explained that last week as well, as what to those charges were.
Could we see the detail?
Yes.
Thank you. And I will ask again about salaries and benefits at the next meeting. Thank
By all
you.
means, please.
Councilmember Chacon.
Considering this conversation about a deficit, have we looked into, or is there an ability to raise funding by bringing in hospitals or education institutions?
Those would serve a immediate fix. Wouldn't necessarily see a long-term fix. I mean, when I mean immediate fix, we'll see a capital use tax with new construction. We're not going to see we're not gonna see a steady revenue stream of high-level sales and use tax from that. Because they're not a retail operation, but they would bring workforce, they would bring some support. I think the bigger thing that when we look at that attraction of medical office, which we're looking for, hospitals are a little bit more of a challenge because of the coverage areas that there's certain hospital companies are holding themselves to. So we're kind of covered by two zones as it stands right now, with UC Health as well as with Platte Valley up in Brighton. But there is still opportunity for us to cover some of that PCP, specialty care, type of offices, outpatient, surgical needs. What we've talked to with those who have explored the 104th corridor or offices, for PCP and the like, are really geared, focusing on that PCP first before they then start to expand, which would be, offshoots of those type of companies. But I mean, we can look at it. I wouldn't say that they would be a salve to the deficiency. I think there's some other things. I think the debrucing. I think if we right size how we look at some of our fees and charges, as well as what we're taking on holistically as a city. Once again, when I say trash, as well, has always been something that right now is at 6.5 million, but the cap of 4.5% may not be in place, which means that could grow even higher year over year. And so we could easily be at 10 million by the end of the decade that we're paying for trash. That's significant when you think about the budget of even where an additional 1 to 2 or 3 million could go for pavement maintenance so that you're able to tackle more streets or more sidewalks. So, I mean, there's some other things that we could do that would organically address that while also still trying to attract some level of employment.
One, I'm a fan of debrucing. I never was a fan of Tabor. But that being said, I am concerned about being able to attract kind of the infrastructure foundation. It is the people that work from home too, but it's also maintaining just an education institution. So we have kind of a youthful population in Commerce City, just the same, that can't afford it. So I would be interested in seeing how we can partner with higher ed still. And at least start building that interest for our population here, and then hopefully we build it, they will come sort of thing for the rest. Thank you.
Councilor Douglas, do you have some?
As far as the tip fee, the transfer fee for trash at the landfill, what is that? Do you know of him?
That's held in an enterprise fund, so it's separated from the general fund. We usually transfer a portion of that to CIP every year. I think it's, off the top of my head, it's around 1.8 to 2 million a year.
Okay. Are we looking at increasing those fees?
I believe I am actually not aware if we are increasing those fees or if there's any opportunity to do so.
If you guys could bring back what we charge per vehicle, truck, whatever goes through there, would be helpful. And then also,
We are supposed to bring you that information as part of the truck routes discussion here in
Okay.
September.
all right,
So you will get that data. Now, obviously, truck routes and the tipping fee are independent,
sure.
but we have already planned on bringing you that information for your awareness.
Okay, and any information on the flea market? Yeah, because that's gonna sunset in another couple of years, right? If it hasn't, from Adams County?
I can't speak to the tip arrangement that we have with the flea market. I think we have to dive back in and see when that expiration is and or if there's still some time left on that agreement.
Yeah.
But I know what your agreement that you are talking about.
All right. And just to, put it out there, when we had other city managers and it was requested by council members for the salaries and they put it out, but they just didn't have anybody's names on there. They just put what the amount was per department, and that way it, like I said, there's no names. But I appreciate what you're going to say. All right. Up next, North Train Substation, Buckley Park, and Chambers Road funding options. Manager Robertson.
Thank you. Gonna grab the mouse real quick and. Yeah. You want yeah. All right, thank you, Mayor, thank you, Council. So tonight, I and my team are gonna take you through a brief history of actions on the substation, development of the funding package, proposals for the substation, and the steps that the city will be taking in finalizing that design. Additionally, the desired outcome as part of this conversations tonight is to receive some clear guidance from council on future funding approaches for Chambers Road and Buckley Park. Obviously Buckley Park is what we're calling right now, which is that land across from the Rocky Vista High School. So once again, high level overview, take you through discussion that occurred on the December 9th, 2024 council, general timeline, but also I'll turn it over to the chief to kind of talk through programmatic and philosophical approach. There'll be a funding package discussion after that will stop. Want to have a very clear and concise conversation on what option resonates with council with respect. And then what we'll close up with is what we will be doing as next steps, like I said, with the design of the building. We'll go through that exercise as well with Chambers Road, where we'll have Jenna and her team talk through where we're at with that, what we understand as the gap, and then Buckley Park as well, where we'll have Chad. So police substation. On this slide, what you find is a very high level timeline based off of actions and discussions that have been held by council with staff originating in 2021. We've spent almost 4 years on this topic of looking at things, generating from a new building versus a modular building to looking at the most recent appropriation of dollars towards the police substation. At the December 9th, 2024, we gave an update on where we stood with design, as well as talking about the overall total budget at that time, around $45,703,590, with some additional things that we wanted to do with the community of engaging, as well as then as we continue to finalize design, bring on a CMGC. Coming out of that, the consensus was to have staff explore funding options pertaining to that building and to have that conversation during the winter retreat, and then would provide direction to staff with final design. And like I said, we've kind of gone back and looked at what we need to do to continue with getting to a stage of this project. At the 2025 winter retreat, you all had a rather full agenda, so we didn't get an opportunity to do a deep dive into the funding packages for the substation. But you all did a chance to go through some funding buckets, and the future substation was one of those top 3 identified at that time. And Chief, I'll turn it over to you, sir.
All right. Well, philosophically, our approach, or the approach of PD is, we looked at the substation, and we want to continue to try to provide the highest level of public safety that we can. And a lot of that revolves around this thing called community engagement time right now. And I know I've talked about that quite a bit, but ideally 1/3 of an officer's day should be community engagement. IACP did a study here in 2022 and found that we're a busy department, and that our community engagement time was around 12% of our time. That equals longer waits for service, longer response times, and other issues that are downstream consequences of that. But that community engagement time number also stems from inefficiency in operations. And I'll talk a little bit about some of those inefficiencies here in a couple minutes, but ultimately that's impacted by the geography of the city. So when we looked at a substation, we looked at different size options. We juxtaposed them with our growth rate. We looked at historic calls for service, certificates of occupancy, population growth estimates, really to try to come up with something that would be functional for years to come.
And my goal is to really have something that will at least last us until 2040, which is 15 years from now. Looking back, when we moved into the Civic Center in 2007, that was 18 years ago. We started this conversation back in 2021. So our police department here didn't even last that 15 years. And the example that I've given time and again is the vehicle processing bay that was put into the Civic Center here in 2007. We had this shiny new vehicle processing bay. We were going to be able to process the 4 to 6 cars that we process a week for crime scenes in this bay. And as soon as we moved in 2007, and I wasn't part of the process, but somewhere something went awry, that was immediately filled up with evidence. And the vehicle processing bay in the PD has not one time ever been used to process vehicles. That was an oversight back prior to 2007 when this was being put together, the Civic Center. And so one of the things when we look at a substation in the Northern Range, I would like to be thoughtful. We've tried to be thoughtful and get something designed that would last us at least 15 years. So in the last 2 years, the PD continues to grow. We continue to look at how to bring up our community engagement numbers. This is just a quick list. We've added a PIO, 2 canine officers, 2 dogs. We have money for 3 people in a co-responder unit. We're adding a second crime analyst and a linguist. We've added an accreditation manager, 6 real-time crime center techs that we're bringing on right now, emergency management specialists. We've also started our crime prevention unit again. We've started our motor carrier safety unit and the ability to inspect commercial motor vehicles. We're starting a family crimes unit, and we're also started an intern and volunteer program. So just in the last couple of years, this is 16 additional employees, 8 of whom require dedicated individualized workspace. So we do continue to grow, and in addition to the current space afforded us here in the Civic Center, the crime prevention unit works out of the Small Business Resource Center in Derby. This is because we want them in the community, but also because we're out of space here. When we go through the Civic Center remodel, the initial estimate was that the PD would have some area over where community development was for 15 to 25 workstations. We plan right now to put in 28. There'll be some detectives in some of the bigger offices back there. There'll be 3 detectives to an office. When the temporary substation Highway 2 and 104th is built, we'll have 4 patrol sergeant, the traffic sergeant, officers, SRO sergeant, and some officers. They'll have dedicated space there. And some of those will come out of the Civic Center. We have 3 sex assault task force detectives that are leaving the Adams County Government Center and coming back here along with a investigations technician. So we need space for them. Once the temporary substation at Highway 2 and 104th and the community development remodel are done, and we look at all the space that we have, including the SBRC, with the staff as I have allotted right now, all of that space, we will have 1 additional desk. And that desk and workspace is in a hallway adjacent to my office that was really never designed for a workspace. So right now, that's where I'm looking at having people who might be on modified duty or have an injury or something taking their reports from. But the point is, when this build out is done, when the new temporary substation is done, we look at all the space we have. Right now, I'm sitting on the ability to have 1 extra desk. And that includes having 3 detectives to an office back in the back.
Chief, if I ask, how many vacancies do you have, plus the hiring strategy approach that we're going to be moving forward?
Most of the vacancies we have right now are in patrol. So as far as workspace, that's less indicative. And we have planned on the vacancies that we have in our co-responder program. We have built in some space for them where investigations was. But the exact number of vacancies, that is harder to say. And then with the strategy that we're adopting to hire people and get our community engagement number up, that could shift. We are looking at hiring or finding a way to hire in that strategy additional real-time crime center and drone as first responder techs, because one of the ways that we can remove some of that call load, increase that from officers and increase that community engagement time is by having all the calls that don't require an officer to personally be there, handled by someone else, either by phone or a drone flies over and sees that the intersection is cleared. So we're looking at different strategies, but we're out of room for where to put those people at present.
And just so you know, we have 60, somewhere between 57 and 60 total vacant positions and PD,
So 50?
57 to 60.
And they're mainly patrol, you said?
I think he says there's some in patrol, but with the hiring strategy that we're moving forward with, it would be addressing particular needs at that time. So particular needs at that time means it could go co-responder, it could go RTC, real-time crime center, it could be more detectives, it could be more CSO. So it's going to be fluid based off of what is the primary issue that we need to respond to into the community. That way, it affords us the opportunity to get the services that we can at that time out on the street faster. But I think generally speaking, whether it's patrol or not, they still need to have a landing spot. And you have only one landing spot with all of the changes that we've made. So I will just come out and say, we are space deficient in being able to meet the public safety need here in the city. Even when we are able to hire officers and we're making strides in doing so.
Is there, can I ask a question? Sorry.
Go ahead, Councilmember Chacon.
Is there a comparative to like crime right now? I've been hearing just overall in Colorado, it's like the lowest it's ever been. Is that still reflecting here?
I am working on a presentation for council that will be delivered September 15th on crime rates and where we stand. And I think what you'll find there is, we are an exceptionally busy department. And, one of the reasons we're looking at, there's a couple different staffing strategies that are done for policing. One is a very easy, straightforward X number of officers per 1,000 people in the population, right? That seems to be a popular one. I think it's popular because it's easy, but it's not responsive to a community. So one of the things that I will bring in this presentation is I'll show you where we're at. Rated next to some of the other Adams County agencies, both in the cases that we clear as well as the frequency of calls that we go on and the types of calls. We're exceptionally busy and we're exceptionally busy with higher priority calls. And that trickles down into some of the quality of life issues that we hear about regularly and long response times. We are very busy dealing with priority one calls and dangerous calls. And while those calls are happening, we have other calls that come into AdCom and they just get queued up. And at some point they sit and they sit. And so it might be 3 to 4 hours before we free units up. But the calls never stop coming, but it's the frequency of the big ones that takes a lot of our time. But I'll go over some of that in September on where we stand as an organization, because trying to right this ship and provide the best possible level of safety that we can provide. It's in my interest to make sure that we know exactly what the situation is so we can try to deal with it appropriately, right? I'll be bringing you some flock data as well, and just hopefully a pretty good picture of where we're at organizationally.
Will that include like traffic calls, things like that?
Sorry?
Will that include like traffic calls and things like that as well?
I have some citation information for the year in question. I don't have all the types of traffic calls for service, but I think candidly, you'll probably all be surprised by some of the flock data, some of the other data that I'm gonna bring. And since this is the first time that we will have done this since I've been here, I'll also invite everybody to tell me what you'd like me to not bring back next year, or what you'd like to see next year that you didn't see this year. So it'll be I think it'll be an informative time. Getting back to this, the future of the PD will bring a couple of things there and a number of other things, but ultimately, I think a lot of the growth that the city's seeing is all in the northern range, right? And a suitable northern substation can facilitate our operational efficiencies that we need much more than having just one police department here in the south end of the city.
Chief, yes, sir. Pro Tim has a question.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
So I mentioned a few slides back that I would talk a little bit about some of the inefficiencies. So what this slide shows is 4 different departments, ours and 3 others, and sort of how they strategize their policing. Now, granted, we're not really in the same realm as Denver and Aurora, but you could see here, Aurora's in the purple. They have 4 different full-service police departments to service their community. The average distance between them is 6 miles. Denver PD, they have 7. They actually have 8, but I left DIA off of here because that's kind of a different animal. But their substations are marked here, and the average distance between those is 4 miles. But we are pretty similar to Arvada in a number of different ways. And if you look, you can see Arvada runs 4 full-service police departments within their municipality. The average between those stations is 4.73 miles. And then you have Commerce City. We have 1 full-service police department. We have a small substation right now that we don't process evidence at, that we can't process prisoners at, that really is just a report writing area. But even at some point building the substation at 104th and Potomac, that's still 7.9 miles from our headquarters, but it is centrally located in the Northern Range and would be monumental to address some of the inefficiencies. And I'll also mention on here, one thing that I'll point out is Arvada, and they're trying to provide the best level of public safety they can to their community. In addition to these 4 full-service police departments, they have 9 fire stations throughout the city. Commerce City, South Adams County has 7 fire stations throughout the whole of Commerce City. So this is just a glimpse of how other folks do it. But to illustrate this just a little bit, we'll look at kind of the central area of the Northern Range. We'll use 104th and Potomac. If we make an arrest there right now, most, not all custodial arrests, but most of them end up going to jail. So that process is drive from there down to the Civic Center to headquarters. They get put through the booking process here, and then they get driven up to Brighton, dropped off at the Adams County Jail, and then the officer will come, conceivably back to their area and be available for calls again. That whole route is 32 miles and takes on average 64 minutes. If we take out the trip back to the Civic Center, the difference is 14 miles and 24 minutes. So what that means is for every single arrest we make in the Northern Range that needs to be booked into jail, we're losing 14 miles and 24 minutes each time. And we make hundreds of arrests annually there. In addition, every piece of evidence that we collect, we don't have an evidence facility up there to book it in and store it securely. So on every call for service, every piece of evidence we collect, even if it's 1 trip a day to do all the evidence that's collected, is back down to the Civic Center to headquarters where it's booked in, and then they drive back up to the north where they should be working. That adds an additional 30 minutes and 16 miles plus processing time. So the inefficiencies here, when I look at community engagement time, it's a number of different factors. But when we're looking at time that officers can be available to engage the community or respond to those quality of life issues, and we look at the amount of time that they are spending driving to and from the Civic Center to drop evidence or process prisoners on an annual basis, that works out to a great deal of time. And that is just with 1 arrest. Oftentimes scenes, co-combatants, we might have 2 arrests. They can't be transported together, or they'll be fighting in the car. So with a limited number of officers there, that takes them off the road a significantly longer amount of time. But again, the calls keep coming. So those lower priority calls, the noise complaints, the parking complaints, the things that we don't need to get to in a hurry, those just hold. And they might wait for an hour, they might wait for 2 hours, because we're shuffling prisoners and or evidence back and forth, operating in a less efficient manner than we could. So really in my quest to get our community engagement time number up, efficiency plays a key role, and a northern substation would go a long way to help us increase that number. So with that, we give it back to Cheryl.
I have a question.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem has a question for you.
Yeah. Before we go to the funding package, I have questions, and I also want to reframe this discussion. because there is absolutely zero opposition that I've witnessed on this city council to a substation in the north. That has been something we have agreed to all along the way. There's no discussion about that. The discussion has been about the scale of the structure and when that occurred. So we have also been taking steps. I think you mentioned several years, City Manager Rogers, but in fact, we have actually been taking action for several years. We purchased land in July of 2023. We appropriated through an ordinance 11.9 million in 2022. We appropriated another 6.5 million in August of 24. And we appropriated another 4.9 million in August of 25. So excluding the land, that adds up to $19.3 million that we have already appropriated to the substation. Excluding the land that's sitting there vacant and has been vacant for quite some time, we purchased in 2023. The other issue is that when you look at the timeline itself, and you go to April 24, 2023, suddenly the words Criminal Justice Center disappear because the city council pushed back on a building of that scale. They wanted a substation, potentially to have even 2 substations in the north, because the northeast quadrant, which is over by Tower Road and E470, should theoretically have a substation 2 in the future. So the concept is that you divide this down instead of having one giant substation at Potomac and 104th, that it would be more than one substation and we would phase it in over time. That's what I personally would like to see. And importantly, on this timeline, we have not voted to approve this at any point on the timeline. We have not voted once. We have voted to approve funds, but we have not voted to say, yes, we want to support a $45 million, not including the land project at Potomac and 104th.
So
Rogers?
I'm going to put it back on that center around April 24th. There was no identified location when it came to the Criminal Justice Center. And
No, it said
Let me
substation.
finish,
I have
ma'am.
I have the agenda and it says
Let me
substation.
finish, please. When we presented the Criminal Justice Center, we had not identified a particular location. We had identified a handful of locations. When you look at the HOK study that is a part of your package, you will find that the Criminal Justice Center was for 100,000 square feet plus. The substation at that time under PD leadership was ranging, depending on the needs based off of their own analysis, between 23 and 30,000. As we have a new police chief, he has applied his approach based on data and analysis. So expectations. I want to set expectations around this conversation as well to my role and purview on the topic and what I am charged to do. Okay, so this is not to come off as defensive or confrontational, but the council approved February 5th, 2024, a contract for me to negotiate the design of the substation. We have entered that contract, and I am responsible for the engineering and architectural services within the limitations of the budget for charter and my duties as that city manager. So with the International Association of the Chiefs of Police's analysis, which is fed in to the recommendation of the spatial analysis that has led and been conducted by experts in the field of delivering these buildings and these facilities, this has led me to support design and operations within a facility that is in the best interest of serving the community from a public safety priority. So to put it simply, design is not on the table tonight. It is whether or not from a policy decision, whether or not you want to fund that design.
Okay, can I make make a correction here? What date did you say that got approved on?
February 5th, 2024, resolution 2024-001.
Okay, because we had another discussion January 9th. We had a discussion and that was to approve,
You mean December 9th?
I'm sorry, December 9th, 2024.
And I'll say this, how we framed that conversation probably wasn't the most appropriate, where it should have been on council's role of, do you want to approve the funding for this? Whereas when you approve that contract, you turn that over to me to deliver on a design for that substation based on the input of the needs from our experts in the field and what it would cost.
Right, I just wanted to correct you on that because that night was approved back, you're saying in February, was a design for 25 to 30,000 square foot facility. And that night, I asked, how do we come to this? And they said, hey, we did do that, and it got scrubbed. And then they asked us to do it with this size instead. And I had made a point at that time, if that was discovered back then, it should have came before city council to say, hey, the amount, the square footage that was approved, it's changed and we need to get approval to move forward at a higher cost. That did not happen. And so at the end of that meeting, under recommendation, there were 3 recommendations that were gonna come back to us at our February planning discussion, and we didn't have that. We're having it now, 8 months later.
And I will share with you, Mayor, once again, in that contract, it does not specify square footage. What is specified is the type of facility. And that is what we are bringing forward as a type of facility that is based on data, that is based on real life information in order to service our community. We can agree to disagree, but where we are at, Mayor, is that we have executed a contract. We have designed the building and a facility based on needs, based on growth of our community. And you all will have at least 2 more touch points on whether or not you will want to fund that facility. But it is incumbent upon me to finalize a design for a facility that continues to grow in grow in scale of cost, because we continue to have the conversation around something functionally that has been given and been directed for me to go deliver as I am required to do so.
Okay. I'm sorry, Councilmember Chacon.
So,
You go there first.
okay,
Go ahead.
Sorry, okay.
perfect.
Yeah.
I can't tell which one.
Quick question. The
Yes.
data is based on mainly the flock camera profiling, correct?
No,
What is it based on?
Chief.
The data for the substation. We went through an entire programming effort with D2C, looking at any number of functions that inherently take place in a police department, right? And so trying to eliminate many of the inefficiencies. So, for example, one of the things we talked about was, do we house an evidence, some way to process and keep evidence up there? Of course, we decided we needed that because that eliminates some of the inefficiencies that I just spoke about, right? So we'll have an evidence processing bay, or an evidence processing room. We spend a great deal of time training, and, I send officers regularly out to, Flat Rock, right? We talked about, well, could we eliminate that? What's the add-on for a training room where we could just manage our training in-house and not have to send people and rent facilities to send officers to training that's mandated by Post and CERSA. So we decided it would eliminate some inefficiencies by having that there. We talked at length about just the prisoner processing bays and how many of them we need. By law, we have to have a juvenile area and an adult area, but how many cells and how is that all gonna function? And what's reasonable, not just for what we're experiencing now, but for 2040 with the population growth that we're anticipating, what will we be looking at then? And so when we took all of those things into consideration, we came up with the building that was presented, but there was a great deal of data, but yeah, the flock was not a consideration in any of that.
The data is pretty heavy on training and maintenance of operations in a sense that I understand of retention, especially if there's criminals. But what I feel is really disingenuous on both sides is one, looking at just the growth of population as assumption of criminality. When we kind of, before we put the cart before the horse, we need that analytics that we actually have criminal behavior that we need to respond to. So that I'm kind of concerned about. That's why I appreciate that it needs to have two different substations to still handle that same type of training in other spaces of retention that you're asking for. But I do also find it disingenuous that we haven't had the ability to really discuss the larger and larger these substations are becoming. And just given the design without being able to collectively say yes or no, that we're okay with that square footage. So I agree. I'm okay with having substations, especially in the north, but it's how we're looking at our populations and assumption to that they're gonna be a bunch of criminals. I don't think that our populations are gonna really appreciate that. And two, also looking at still flock database systems and tech systems right now. I mean, we still need to meet the moment at what it is. We're having ICE concerns still in a lot of community. I'm dealing that even now with indigenous communities, which is pretty absurd. We have a lot of racial profiling within flock systems, and we've had a lot of pushback within Denver about just how it's been responsive to community members. I haven't had a lot of community members okay with flock in the north. So I don't understand why tech and data on that aspect might be involved. I heard it's not, but it's still asking, it sounds like, for hiring for techs in that space for AI. I'm actually kind of concerned about how the square footage has grown and we're just given the design. I would rather that we would be able to go on the designs that we collectively have approved on, and that was, at least in my impression, up to 30,000 square footage. To 100 square footage was not a collective and specific discussion that we legitimately had that we could approve to say that we agree.
So just to be, like I said, not defensive confrontation, we have respective roles. The respective role for council is appropriating budget, appropriating policy guidance and direction. Design, architectural, construction, engineering, was within my role discipline as the city manager. And in that, we use the various inputs that are both of our resident experts as well as those that inform that we hire to bring in to help guide. Now, once again, I think the chief has tried to say is that while yes, we're future leading, we're also addressing the issues and concerns that we have today and that we have had since 2021. Before the advent of flock in any of our discussions about how to address concerns around criminality and or public safety. So I have to help us reset on where we go forward and how we look at things is not in the sense of a 15, 20, 30, 40,000 square foot building, but is this accomplishing the policy guidance and direction that comes from council? And are you willing then to appropriate the dollars behind it? And that is laid out within charter, that is laid out within our respective roles. And that's where this discussion is at tonight. And how we set up, I will say this, how we presented on December 9th, shouldn't have been a discussion around the design. It should have been with where we're at. This is what we have, and that was presented when we had that number to get that guidance in that direction. So
By that logic of perspective roles, we should still be given the option as a council from our own policy to say no. That if we don't agree with that perspective roles from our policy, that it doesn't mean our square footage. And I kind of feel that we're being pushed this 100,000 and just rubber stamping it without.
So it's not 100,000. It's so, but the criminal justice center, when we
So
did
it's
our
not
study,
45 million?
the 45 million is for a 40,000 square foot facility. A justice center, when we did that study, and it's in your 33 different attachments of information of 100,000 square feet was closer to 90 to 110 million in 2022 dollars. So we're not talking about a criminal justice center that was to be located somewhere within the northern range. This was specifically a substation that was centrally located that could address the needs from 2030 to 2040, and then continue to prepare on whether or not we needed another substation that could be east of E470 when we saw that population grow and that primary employment that would go on the E470 corridor.
My last question then, has that 19 million been taken into account for the substation square footage now already? What was all that allocation?
Yes, so the 19 million is being put towards that $45 million price tag for that 40,000 square foot building, which would leave you with a gap, which we have in our funding packages discussion. When the direction was again from a policy guidance, it wasn't about square footage. It was, do we want a criminal justice center or do we want a substation? The policy direction was, we want a substation. So we went forward and delivered a substation. Now, what you don't see between March to July 2026 was finding interim solutions within built facilities for us to have over the course of the next 3 to 5 years, so that we could have two. But as we see, one of the issues that we have is that when you don't control your real estate or you don't control your facilities, you don't control your own fate. So now the two substations that we currently have, we will no longer have the 104th and Walden location. We have to vacate that at the end of October because we have met the terms of our lease. So it leaves us with still having to find more space. The reason why I share all of this is that once that determination was made about going from a criminal justice center, well within the scope, well within that discipline, they go with a substation, that is where we started working towards.
So I have to correct you on that, Jason, because when we
It'd be intermediate.
we did five projects in 5 years. We challenged the city manager on square footage. We said, this is how big we want it. And they went out and issued that. After we asked, hey, can we add this on? Well, it's gonna cost this much money. We decided to go with what we approved. Same thing here. It was based on square footage. If it's just 25 to 30,000 square feet, you have to go out and look at designing a substation at that square footage, period. That's not a policy, that is a direction.
So
That was a direction that night. And so on policy, on operations, you have the ability to go out and come up with a design. If it doesn't work, I understand. Come back and say, you know what, guys? You know what, council, that doesn't work. I need this council to approve a 40,000 square foot facility. I will go out and see what that in detail would be. So as far as policy goes, I think you're not correct on that.
So appreciate, want to bring up history and past, Mayor. Can't say that what we've done in the past has always been right. So once again, asking about square footage of the building, asking about designing towards that, I go back and I rely and I hang my hat on what the charter says. So if I may, to what Councilmember Chacon has said about having the force to be able to make decisions, you're not forced to make a decision, right? I have been tasked to deliver design. You all have to appropriate funding that would either support that design or not. And that is where you have your ability to weigh in on whether or not you want to move forward with that substation. So you still have opportunities to make decisions on whether or not that is a facility that you want to support that meets your policy guidance.
Do we have an option for the 20 to 30,000 foot? Or is it still? I guess that's what I'm curious.
As it currently stands right now, we do not, without a major reworking of the building, which will add more time, more design costs. And relatively speaking, we're seeing costs for this facility go up 5% a year. From December to now, the cost of this building has gone from 45 to 47 because we have not finished designing, we've not taken an incredible step. So the more we continue to make a decision about roles and disciplines and responsibilities, once again, I'm going back to what has been laid out within our charter and what you all have turned over for me to deliver based on your policy direction and guidance.
Mayor Pro Tem Noah.
Yes, thank you. I'd love to go back to the timeline again because this is really important information. So on February 5th, 2024, I made the motion to negotiate the contract. And it was on this basis. I asked, yes, regarding the substation at 104th Potomac Street, I pulled that in order for the city manager to update us on what's occurring. Last we had heard there was going to be community meetings to reach out, to find out what the community would like to see, what they'd like at this facility, what they'd like to look at, and so on. And I just want to make sure that's part of it and to have the city manager explain.
Yeah.
So the city manager responded, yes, ma'am, thank you very much for that. This is on February 4th, 2024. You are absolutely correct. What's before you tonight is, I kind of go back to, as I said earlier, we are at the starting gate with respect to this project. And in that, the architect will hold various community meetings and engagements throughout the design process to receive feedback as to what type of uses, in addition to a police substation, how to look at mitigating the impacts of the new substation on that potential piece of property adjacent to the existing residential and the businesses across the street. So this is going to be a heavily engaged effort by our team and our consultant, working with the community on feedback about shaping what will hopefully be a pinnacle building in the Northern Range. December 2024, we get back the plans, and there haven't been those meetings that occurred. The architect did not have these meetings with the community, with the residential neighborhoods around it. It is a gigantic building in a residential area with one-story businesses across the street. I mean, it's a gigantic building. So to even be thinking about moving forward on something that did not involve the community at this point makes no sense to me. And I agree also with Councilmember Chacon that we need to have the data
Before you.
on the urgency. We had the rental space available for a good year and a half, 2 years. If there was such urgency, I don't understand why we didn't get that rental space flipped and have our force move into that space. We had people who agreed to have a dispensary go in at the corner of Tower and 104th because they think that there is going to be a substation up there, even though we said, nope, the substation is leaving. And the substation, as you pointed out, is leaving. There will not be a substation at Tower and 104th, and that's where people want to see one. So in fact, to realize what the city council wants to do in order to protect the Northern Range and to improve the efficiencies of the police department, because I know they waste plenty of time driving back and forth to the police department, it's to divide it down and make it function in a way that takes into account what the area wants to see, what the residents want to see, all of the other demands on money that people are asking for at the same time, and the 20 million that we already put forward in 2023, 2022, 2024, and 2025, which should have been able to get this off the ground long before this.
So December 2024 request, second bullet, start engaging the community. Understand the design that we are at is a 30% design. That is above a schematic that gives enough context to be able to go out to the community, show how we are going to mitigate impacts and address. A substation is a substation with functionality and operation within that building that, being plain spoken, that the community does not get to dictate at the end of the day about what needs to be addressed. Now, there are other things that can be identified within there as far as the community room that we shared with you all on December 9th. That could be a discussion about in public art. And we're ready to do those meetings, but we held off on doing those meetings because of giving and informing you all of that date, which has now led us to here. So we're still at a 30% design to where we need to finalize that design throughout this process. And as such, there will be significant community engagement to get to 100% design of that build. So
I do think, though, that you can't drop a 40,000 square foot building at the corner of 104th and Potomac without having a conversation with the community. And that was already designed. We saw it in December. It has been designed. We saw it 8 months ago, 9 months ago.
So how you would want to approach it isn't always necessary, I would say, an effective mean, because you have to show something to be able to get comments back so that we can right size. So not saying about going with a carte blanche, a blank slate is wrong, but we purposely went with showing what were the needs so that they could understand of what that would be able to accomplish for the community. And if there were things that were within the community's ability to provide feedback, we would then assimilate that into the design of that building.
It's the box. It's the box itself. The box itself will be overwhelming. It's not assimilating what the community wants within the design. It's the community having something to say about the box.
It's also qualitative data.
Also, when we made recommendations that night, it was the first three.
So the first three were, once again, like I said, how we set this up probably wasn't the best way of communicating what should.
I'm just restating, because I went back and looked at that video like 3 times, just to listen to the recommendations.
Yes,
And we asked to bring those 3 back at our planning meeting in February.
and
In
that was
March.
raised with the subcommittee meeting, and that was not added to the agenda. That being said,
Yes, you're right, it wasn't added.
but that being said, Mayor, how we presented the focus of the discussion should have been on the policy guidance, not the design.
Okay, policy, okay, I'll put it back at you. The policy guiding was back. When we did this back in February 5th, it came to us was 25 to 30,000 square feet. That was approved. That was policy. And that's what you should have went forward, and you did. That went forward because that night, the contractor said, yes, we did. That was approved by council that night for 25 to 30,000 square feet. And we were asked to scrub it. That's not policy. That's going against policy. So I think we're at a standstill here because we need to get some clarification on policy and guidance.
Yeah.
Because
Design over.
the guidance was 25 to 30,000 square feet.
And we estimated that. So Mayor, once again, I'm sharing with you from where we have positioned ourselves as staff about what was asked of us to be done. We estimated that's where we were at. And as we went through the process with our designer and meeting PD's needs as we continue to grow as a municipality, and when that came back to you, we shared with you all an update on where we are at.
When was that update?
That was December 9th when we had Mayor,
Go right ahead, explain to me how.
when
that
we
was-
had the information available, we came to you all to give you that information, to share with you where we were at. How we presented to you, like I said, probably wasn't in the best light with what our functional roles are. I can accept that. But with where we are at and the point of the conversation with where we're talking about, that is what I'm laying out for you today.
Councilmember Douglas.
So if that were the case, why didn't you come back to us before the presentation to say, hey, the square footage isn't gonna work? Can we ask the designers to look at something else instead of just, I mean, right now, it feels like hocus pocus to me. I don't.
At the December 9th meeting, ma'am, we shared with you what the original estimated number was, and then we shared you what the updated was based on
But we
conversation.
asked whose direction that was by, and he said it was by staff's direction.
Correct, because
Right, but why didn't you come to us before that when you had a feeling that that wasn't gonna work? So that we could give you different direction or the possibility of different direction.
Because quite honestly, I did not think that delivering a building that had grown inside but still being the functional policy guidance of a substation and not a criminal justice center was well within that discipline. Once again, you all asked for a substation. We are moving forward a substation. Once again. And if you all not willing, if you all still have the ability not to support that, if that is so your choice. But we estimated, we came up, we provided an update, let you all know what our next steps were going to be. Like I said, how it was presented could have been done much more cleaner, much more concise, and much more bright line as to what we were truly asking for. That is on me and my staff, but we are back here today and this is clearing that up.
Okay, Councilmember Davis, are you done?
I'm done.
Councilmember Ford?
Yeah, I mean, I'm just sitting here listening to everybody and I'm not saying that anybody's wrong. But when I look at this timeline, started this conversation back in 2021. We're now into 2025. We know we have a substation that's gonna be closing in October. We have an obligation, and in my opinion, the number one most important service that's provided by the city is police. Public safety is number one. And so we could sit here all night and debate what we didn't do or what we did do, but from September 13th to August 4th, we haven't done anything. And I'm more worried about the constituents and the public safety that's necessary. I mean, we're not providing desks for ICE. I just want to know if based on what the community standards are for what crime is, what do we need for seats? What do we need for cops to be able to protect our public? Because I continue to get calls and I just saw another post about a vehicle with a forklift was stolen the other day. And it took over 24 minutes or 26 minutes, whatever it was, for a police officer to show up to the crime scene. I need to know as a representative of the community, is this going to improve times for addressing problems? Are we gonna be able to reduce some of those calls for service time gaps that we're having? The hour or 2 hour or 4 hour, whatever it is, we hear from Jackie Valdez on how long it takes on a noise complaint. I need to know. I know you need this to have room for the officers. And I want to make sure you have what you need. And I need to see what those different options are so that I can make a qualified decision based on what those are. But I absolutely do not want to leave this community hangout any longer than we have. It's been 5 years and we have to do something. We can't just kick the can down the road some more because you're out of space now and you're gonna be really out of space in October. So it's pretty important that we look at what the options are and we make a decision on our end based on the options. And then we can have a discussion, but we can sit here and argue about what happened March 6th of 2023 all day long. I'm concerned about public safety going from this day forward in this community. So I'm ready to see the options.
Councilmember Chacon and Councilmember Douglas.
Honestly, I think we really legitimately need a data analysis before we have a discussion about a substation to this degree. We don't know everything going on in the north as much as we do in the south. And I can't make a decision about how much to approve when we're not given the policy that we did recommend of just 20 to 30,000 square feet. We're not living in our own means because that's what we asked for. So I'd rather have the option that we initially asked for, even if it means redoing the work a little, because I don't want to go back and forth. And we've already collectively agreed on having a substation or more than one in the north. But it still needs to be within the space that we asked. And I feel that this is far too much of a surplus before we really even have the true analytic cumulative data about what's really going to support that for our populations in the north, because it is different than the south, the needs. But I don't feel that we should be putting the cart before the horse and already assuming so much, giving an entire surplus of a station. I want to support the chief and all the things that he needs, but it has to be within our budget, especially now that we just heard from the last presentation, just how large of a deficit our city's going to be facing in other spaces.
Councilmember Douglas.
So I also want to make sure that our citizens can be assured that public safety is number one. I'm really curious, with that substation closing down, we've had space rented out on 104th and Highway 2 for how long?
For Highway 2 and 104th is a 5-year period.
But how long has it been rented out? And is that completed for occupying? How long has it been? When did we rent it out? And why is it not ready for occupying?
So we entered into the lease contract Q3, Q4 of last year. We have been going through the permitting process because we took ourselves through the permitting process. And we are moving in September 1st.
You are, okay, so,
And I believe the lease terms begin when we take occupancy of the building from that 5-year period of term.
okay. Because it seemed to me when I had asked about this before it almost sounded like it hadn't even, the work hadn't even been started on it. So that's good to hear that it's September 1st. And thank you on that. I appreciate that.
Anyone else? Okay, back to the substation as far as square footage, because that night we also, based on the 40,000 square feet, was to also build a second floor, but only program the first floor of what we could afford, and then do them in phases. And that way we can reach what we need if we can do it in phases. So that way construction would come in much lower because we would just be doing the first floor and not the second floor. I know that was an option as well. So I'm not against a substation at all. What I'm against is it's how things got mixed up, and we were supposed to have a discussion. We didn't. It got pushed off till now. Back in 2012, we had a discussion about the police station, and at that time it was $10 million. It was supposed to be constructed in 2018. That didn't happen. And that was our long range financial plan. So it was always on the books to have a substation. And then I'm also concerned about our southwest side needing swimming response. And we have Vasquez Boulevard. If there's any way we can work with Adams County Sheriff's Department over there off 72nd. And then also work with our fire district. In the meantime, as we grow, because 2010 comp plan had it where we were supposed to, when we expanded Hub Substation, fire station comes up, we're supposed to build along with the fire station, a police substation. That was our 2010 comp plan.
Unacceptable.
I do remember that discussions were held, but effectively couldn't come to an arrangement or agreement that would work for both parties, and the fire district moved forward with their facility off of Rosemary.
I think we need to revisit that since we have a new chief of fire chief. And also a new police chief for Commerce City and a new city manager. I think we need to look at all the avenues. And that way we can get to the level of what we need currently. It's not, I understand we don't build for today, we build for the future. Even if we take with technology with our vehicles, not having our police officers have to come down here if they can do more work in their vehicles, or even, I even had put this out there when we were building our Bison Rec Center, even having a substation at the Bison Rec Center. That could hold a couple of officers to do work. And I understand if you have a criminal, you have to process them. I don't know if we could have a unit that transports those criminals or so down here, so the officer doesn't have to take them is that part of, has that been part of your ask or?
Well, that would
suggestion?
still, are you referring to like a transport officer?
Yeah,
That would still be a uniformed officer.
or even someone who's not a sworn officer, maybe someone like between a ranger and I mean, there should be some other type of, on the police side, that they would be sworn officers, or is that what you have to do in order to?
Well, yeah, I think it would be problematic to transport someone who we have physical custody of by someone who's not sworn.
Right. I appreciate that.
And we do a lot of work, just to follow up on your prior points. We do have officers working in their cars, so, you know, it's great to have them out in the community, the ability to have them work at the computer in their car, and we do have those efficiencies in place already. You know, looking at Bison Ridge, for example, is a place for someone to go in. We can pull the computer out of the car and go sit in Starbucks and work as well. We're not, none of the inefficiencies that we're encountering here are because of that. We already do those things and have those things in place, or, you know, go into the Reunion Coffee House or Greyhound Grounds. We certainly have the ability to do that at some of these other things. And really, it's more pronounced when we you know, need to do some of the transports or the evidence or some of these things, and really the downstream consequences. And to your point earlier, Councilmember Ford, yes, for every arrest that we make up there in the future that we don't have to transport them down here, we save, you know, I think it was 14 minutes or 24 minutes and 14 miles. Every time we could book in evidence up there instead of bringing it down, that's 30 minutes and 16 miles that we save. So the cumulative effect of being able to house those functions in the north will have downstream consequences with response time, with community engagement time.
Careful to know.
I'm fully in favor of a substation up in the north. As I noted, I made the motion for the design, but we have appropriated every single time. We have always agreed to do something for the police department. We've always agreed to do that. Is this the appropriate scale is the question for me, particularly in that area? And should it be divided into two? My vision of a substation, maybe this was language. We just, you know, one person's substation is another person's justice center. I mean, what the difference is between the two, I'm not sure from what I'm hearing, but I support a substation. I just want you to know that. And I want your officers to know that I do. In fact, I'd like for you to have two. I'd rather see the money go to two different ones, but
A couple of things there. I think, you know, two substations, you know, also requires a lot more manpower, which we're, you know, slowly getting the manpower back where we need to. But as far as the scale of this, I sit here and candidly feel a little bit awkward, because as I work through this with D2C and we looked at what we could eliminate or what we would not have to put in there, you know, this represents a full build out of the site. And I will say, it doesn't necessarily hold everything that I would love to have in it. But I can confidently say that for our future predictions, it will last until 2040 for our needs. And I totally appreciate Councilmember Chacon's comments about making assumptions for the population that's moving in there. And I certainly am not trying to do that. But since my chief responsibility is public safety, I really don't feel like I'm afforded the luxury of assuming that we're not going to have some of the same trends. I sure hope we don't. And I'm on board to not have a criminal element move in there. But it would be irresponsible of me to not plan for that and for some consistent numbers in that
Yes.
regard.
And public safety is a priority of the city council, and we have demonstrated that repeatedly over the years. So it's just a matter of degree.
I appreciate
Thank
scale.
you.
So tonight,
One other thing, just for scale, 11,000 square feet is the the Buffalo Run Clubhouse is 11,000 square feet. So this would be, how many square feet were you talking?
So if you just look at this building, just this wing in and of itself is, I believe, somewhere between 48 and 49,000 square feet. So where we sit to the end of the hallway is, in theory, the same size building, but more compact, and working with the property itself that would be situated on that.
Yeah. And
Two
when are
stories.
you going to talk to the community?
We would be ready to have immediate meetings starting with the community after this. So we would start working on a community plan for communications, discussions. Like I said, we're at 30% design. So there's things that may come up about berming, landscaping, parking, lighting, things about the architectural building, which we haven't even dove into, that will be refined refined with that community input. We'll share with them what functions will be in there, obviously knowing that that's what's necessary to provide it. But the bigger thing that's been on that plate has been the public art, and I'm trying to remember the size of the community room that I know there was some initial conversation that was had, so that it just wasn't a substation, it was also a gathering space for the community, because we don't have that outside of Bison Ridge in the northern range, outside of the 3 conference rooms. So that neighborhoods, HOAs, so forth, could actually hold meetings in those spaces with their own community members. That is what I would say is a space that's up for conversation and debate about, is it truly necessary in a substation? Is the community want that? That was something the previous council had discussed about as an opportunity to make it more inviting and to make it more welcoming, as well as the public art and things associated with it.
Yeah, I do want to hear what the community has to say about the building on that corner. That's important, about the box.
Councilmember Douglas.
How much space were you anticipating allotting for the community, space?
Look that up.
I'm just curious because like, I hold community meetings a lot over at the fire station on Walden. That room seems to always be sufficient for gatherings of quite a few people there.
The community space is roughly 18,000 square feet.
That's pretty big. Okay, all right, thank you for looking that up. I really
That
appreciate it.
includes storage and a kitchen for people who wanted to use it, once again, for holding community events. That space could be reduced in size, which will save us some funding, but once again, you're dealing with a highly specialized building that, based on that, is what you're finding. But that was, like I said, right now, 18,000 square feet. Sorry, my bad, 1,800. I couldn't read the math.
Oh, that's much more reasonable. I was like, dang, you're gonna fit the whole city in there.
1,800 square feet.
All right.
1800. Yes.
All right, I took off one of the zeros and moved the comma. Thank you.
That's my bad, too many zeros, sorry.
I was like, boy. Okay, thank you. Appreciate that.
Yes, so I know we're gonna, the next one, but yeah, we can have more discussion about this, especially when it comes down to choosing this far. I know that one also had a court type setup in there too. Was there like a?
There's no court. That was a part of the criminal justice. So Criminal Justice Center, when we did the analysis, back in back in 2002, August 1st, 2002. That facility, which is also on the agenda in your packet of materials, that was total building gross area was 133,712 square feet. That included your municipal court, included dispatch, included some of the functions that you see now within that space. So just for an example, we talked about at that time with you all about programming within that was support services. That being records, property evidence, training, recruitment, investigation, victim services, police department support. That alone in of itself in that criminal justice center was 35,000 square feet. Almost the same size of what we're talking about as the substation. The patrol operations was 30,000 square feet within that 133,000 square feet. The municipal court was 14,000 with an additional 2,000 square feet. So that was the policy conversation of, do we really need a criminal justice center with moving our court? And one of the primary issues there was not having a presence in the core city, particularly with our court services and how those are utilized on a Wednesday and a Thursday, which then ultimately led to a rethinking of the policy discussion around criminal justice center, substation, and lending itself to a substation approach, while also continuing that further analysis on, after that initial substation, what else will be needed in the future for our facilities? Is that another substation, or is that truly a criminal justice center when we have met that population in the northern range where it justifies having almost 2 headquarters?
Right. Okay, sorry, I went down that path. I didn't mean to say criminal justice. I know that the facility was at 30,000 square feet, and then they added on the mechanics, the other infrastructure, electrical infrastructure. I brought it to 7,000 square feet, so it was 38,000 square feet. And then the square footage to leave at the Civic Center was 9,162 square feet. And then there's a SWAT storage building. Is the SWAT storage building still needed in the north?
That's actually being built at the MSC, with the MSC wash bays. So that is finalizing, we're finalizing design, and we're going to be going out to bid hopefully here shortly, to which then we'll be able to get that building up for construction.
Okay.
I think just to be clear, that's for the Bearcat and other SWAT vehicles that are negatively impacted by sunlight because of the windows and the ballistics. I think the SWAT storage in the, if I recall correctly, in the substation design was more for their smaller equipment. So I do believe that's still there, yes.
All right,
Thank you.
okay. Well, thank you on that. I think, as far as revisiting what the cost is, because it's one of those things, and then the cost of construction, because this won't, if this goes forward, when is construction supposed to start? 27, 28?
So great question. Finalizing design, we've had conversations with our architect, who's also on the lines, to be able to provide a little bit more detail as it pertains to this. But obviously, take 2-3 weeks to restart the project, get from 30% to CDs that are definable. As we go through this, we're looking at approximately a total of 13 weeks, possibly 14 weeks in totality of the design process and the engagement with the community, to which then we're looking at another 20 to 21 weeks of construction. So that would start in 2026 and moving in the summer of 2027.
Okay. I would say that since we're on 30% design, if there's any way we could look at maybe a facility that's 38,000 square feet, that's 8,000 more than what was asked before. So I'm just asking, because this we're only at 30% design.
I'll say this, Mayor, the more we start to try to shrink a building down, and as soon as we move in, we outgrow that space, and we don't control any more land in the northern range for us to be able to find a solution And then quite honestly, I'm back here in front of you all asking for another solution that we don't control because we've already outgrown our space.
Okay, then I'm asking then to phase, build a two-story facility and phase it in. That way it helps with our budget. Instead of having this big number, we can phase it in, it's more acceptable. Still come out the outcome with this, the building to desire. But as far as programming goes, because if you think if it's a five-year lease on the one building, this is built in 2027, that gives you 3 years to phase this in. And then we could phase that cost in over those 3 years, our budget.
I can say phasing can be looked at. Yes, phasing can be looked at. I think you want phasing to be functional to where it doesn't cause any operational gaps or deficiencies. But I think that's something that we can talk through, but I think that you have to get into that. We're gonna get into that next stage of the design that will allow for us to do so.
I appreciate that. That way we can get to what the chief is asking for. Budget wise, we can absorb that in a way where it's phased in over years. And that gives the ability for us to grow as well with a couple of officers. I have a question for you, Chief, since you're here. Have you had any of our officers look at leaving to go do any ICE work for the $50,000 sign-up bonus? Or any other communities?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay.
And what I can say, Mayor, we can look at phasing, and what we will be doing as we get to that next milestone in design, we'll be giving you all more updates. Like I said, this was our first look at the building, maybe 1 or 2 weeks before you all had seen it in December to bring information to you. So we still have some steps along the way that we have to be able to deliver on that design. And we can share where phasing may or may not make sense when it comes to shelling of the building and the internal workings. Mind you, the place in Turnberry Marketplace is only 3,000 square feet. So it's only an additional 1,200 square feet than what we had in 104th and Walden. Right? So, we're not gaining, a lot of efficiencies or space in that space. So, phasing out of that 3,000 or still using that 3,000 square feet as we continue to grow until we expire that lease will be a benefit. But, we'll come up with touch points where we can share, information on where we're at with community engagement, what we're hearing, what things are being refined. And ultimately, like I said, this design process is going to also share with us what that total dollar amount is going to be that would need to be appropriated, that you all will still have to weigh in on in 2 readings of an ordinance. So, like I said, you still make impact of your policy decisions around the budget and of supporting that budget.
Mayor Pro Tem, Councilor Peter.
Speaking of making our impact on the budget, we did already appropriate money.
Correct.
So we appropriated 23.559,486.46 total, except that doesn't include the land that we purchased. That's an addition to 23. So I'd like to know what could be done for 23,559 that we already approved. We did approve that. And the concept was to move forward.
Mayor Pro Tem, it's a great question. I tell you, I did spend a lot of time with D2C and we did look at programming what a substation would need to look like to be serviceable, not just now, but in the future. But, candidly, as I had just mentioned, some of the things that would be, more idealistic would love to have but not require aren't even included in what was presented. And I don't know that there would be a great deal of function with that beyond that which is and somebody put it another way, I feel like I would be right back here in front of this body asking for more money either to add on to that facility or to build something somewhere else. And, you know, again, just like when we moved in here and the evidence processing base for vehicles, you know, my perspective is I want to be a good steward of the dollars that you guys do appropriate to the police department. I want us to be able to focus on providing the highest quality public safety. And I'm not sure that for that amount, just based on what I look like, given the specialized nature of the building, that it would be very long at all before I was back in front of the body. And as much as I love being here with all of you, I'm sure you get tired of hearing me talk.
What have you done to it to make it specialized?
Well, the hardened areas, the prisoner processing, the Sally Port where we drive through, process prisoners. Those are all hardened cells. The audio and video, the releases, some of those things that are built in that building are really expensive and move the cost up. We also, you know, to have a fuller service police department there, have a small records area. So people in the Northern Range don't have to come all the way down here. If they want a copy of the report, they could go there during business hours. It certainly wouldn't be staffed 24/7, but we would have to look at eliminating some of those services and in the interest of the community that lives up north. It would certainly be a better value for them to not have to come down here for a lot of those services. It would, we could certainly build a substation that had the hardened facilities that was for processing only, but I fear it would turn out more like an elevated version of the substation that we have now that isn't staffed, that isn't locked up during the day, that doesn't have some of the just services that we would like to provide the community.
For 23 million, five?
Yeah.
There wouldn't, I really do need just to have a version of the 23, you know, 5. We have appropriated that. We don't have enough extra money for all the things that people want to Commerce City. We can meet,
We can give
needs.
you high level what that could, but going through a design is more money, more cost, and more time. I appreciate that, and like I said, we give you that high level, but we've already spent
$1 million
somewhere,
on that.
we probably will spend around $1 million to get through design. Even getting through 30% designs will cost a certain amount of factor, right? Just 6 to 8% goes into the design of your building in general across that. So getting to a level of spec about what 23 million could get you, I think it kind of comes back to, it's gonna be a smaller building. It's not gonna have everything, but functionally speaking, we're gonna be back here before you get, because operationally, we're not going to be able to meet the services for
That's
the
okay.
I
The question
understand you're making your argument.
I'm not
I would
making
like
it.
to say that we have fiduciary responsibility. And the policy
Yeah.
can be that is too much money right now for this city when there are so many unknowns with the economy and so on.
And what I'm saying
And
is,
we already appropriated it. It's appropriated.
and what I'm sharing with you is the right time to make that decision about whether you want to appropriate those funds or not, or when that ordinance comes before. 23 million will get you an 18,000 square foot building, but it will not address the issue. We'll be back here before you. I'm just speaking about facts. I'm not talking about that, but it then inhibits our ability to do what is being asked of us for the community. You've heard that from the chief. And you've heard that from the experts who have been able to address that.
I think we need to be comfortable and the uncomfortable about it then, because I'm fine with you coming back to us at 23 million. That's 23 million still. And I think it's absolutely absurd that once we allocate that money, it's kind of used against us that, well, we have to spend more money to allocate it. We're being strong-armed to have this first whole entire payment of something we've already said we're not comfortable allocating. We were fine with the 23 million and we're fine with supporting the substation, but we're not all gonna get what we want. And the compromise has to be in the ability to come back to us.
And I think what you're hearing from the chief is that he's not getting everything that he needs to properly support the northern range, even in the day's building.
He has to come back.
Well, I guess that's what he's saying is that he's come, when we looked at this and when he's laid out to the architect what he needs. The architect, he can't meet that because the cost of the budget becomes astronomical. So he has right size to still be able to deliver a level of service to the community to address that. So what you are asking him is to further reduce that level of service that he has already looked at to what we have appropriated, can appropriate more, and where you have that decision point.
He's looked at it, but he hasn't accomplished it yet. Until he's actually built the 23 million out to where it's an issue that we can then address, that has to be the issue. But we're already assuming it's an issue, being forced to be put in that issue before we actually have any analytics of that actually come back to us.
Councilmember Tenier and Councilmember Douglas.
Yeah, I'm looking back at all the firehouses that I was around when they built, they were all too small. Today, they're all too small, and so my request would be if we got any more engineering to do, that just about every building that we build, we need to build it so that it can be added on to, if you have the land, so that you can put another wing on, or you can go up another story. And just plan on that, because I think our cities, we're looking at what, another 50,000 before we're growing out
We're anticipating to build out around 180,000 to 200,000 units.
more.
So right now, another 130 to 170,000 more than where we're at.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, we need to plan on just being able to branch out.
Yeah.
And it's, and when you're talking about storage facilities and positioning, we're probably still will just have one SWAT truck. But that stuff needs to be in the center of our community, probably up somewhere around 88th or 96th in that area. And that would make sense to me just for travel time. So you could come from the south to get it up there. You could come from the north, to have it in that central location.
And I think that's where the Bearcat will be. That is our SWAT
Right.
vehicle, which will be at the MSC, which is Rosemary and
I mean, because
88th.
we do have a unique shape for our district and the way it goes around the Rocky Mountain Arsenal like that. So that's all I got.
Councilmember Douglas.
I think that our constituents would be fine with the 23.5 million. We have not engaged. This is a democracy. This is taxpayer dollars. We have to be cognitive of that. And right now, we're not. And building in phases, building so that you can take up space so where that you can expand later on. But I think right now, if you went to our constituents with this, they would understand the 20.3, the 23.5 million. They would not understand the other part of it. They just
Yeah.
wouldn't.
That's right.
And we would then be holding the bag as the council, as it seems we always get stuck with that. That we're the ones that don't think things through. And think of them as serving the public. And it's gotta stop. That's all I have.
So, I mean, a lot has been said. I still think we can get to what the chief wants if we do things in phases, because they're gonna build a building. And if we can, based on costs, because there's no telling, we can find money later on. And that's just where we're at, so. Let's just go ahead and go to I mean, city manager, so what do you need from council that's here to go forward?
Once again, from a design perspective, respectfully nothing. As it comes to appropriation of whether you want to appropriate more dollars than what's already been put into the account, that will be a decision that you all will have to make. When that is presented to you all, whether you support that or want to go in a different route. We have presented a handful of options that we think addresses and covers the gap, no different in an approach of how we've been doing it now. But once again, those are, our funding options and one that we've recommended. But since it's a study session, this is, no action can be taken here anyways. But you all, like I said, will be presented an opportunity to determine whether or not you want to increase what we have as far as the appropriations above 23 million.
I'd like consensus on whether people would like to see it phased or all of it built at once. And we can at least do consensus.
Phased. With the starting from the 23 million we already allocated.
You want to see a phase to get us to that 40,000 square foot? Councilmember Jeter?
No, I just said get her done now and have save space to add on if you need to.
That's
Is that the question?
Yeah.
Okay.
You want to do the $50 million building?
Yeah.
It's taking up the whole space.
Oh, it is?
Yeah, he said.
We can still go up.
It is it's
It
a
is-
second
it's gonna be
story.
two stories.
Okay, you can't put a third story on it?
No.
But we do have space if we had to do an additional expansion, we can do that. So yes, so just want to make sure I'm understanding this. What you're asking me is to look at phasing as a consideration.
Yes.
Correct.
Doesn't necessarily mean that that's what will be the outcome, but you're asking me that as a consideration. Right.
Councilmember Fuller?
I don't have a problem with letting the city manager come back and tell us whether phasing works based on the specialty of the infrastructure that has to go into place. The hardened walls, the security, for the jail cells, whatever. If there's phasing opportunity, I'd like to know what that is. But we need to get something done. I mean, 4 years I've been on this council. I'm having a hard time pointing a finger at anything other than rebuilding the damn swimming pool at Paradise Island. What have we done?
No, nothing.
I mean, literally, I'm not being critical of anybody except myself sitting here. What have we done? And that's what our residents come in every Monday night and say, what have you done? I heard it last Monday.
We
So-
appropriated 23.5 million.
Yeah, well, we know that and the staff knows that, but you don't see it out there. And that's what our
But they have to
residents,
be educated. then.
well,
Councilmember Noble, you okay with that?
I think we need to do something.
Councilmember Chacon?
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
Councilmember Douglas?
Yeah.
Phasing, please.
Yes,
Thank
Phasing.
you.
let's get going.
All right, Buckley Road, Buckley Park.
So Chambers Road, this pond, if you don't mind.
It's not mine at all. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chief, for getting me set up there. I appreciate it. Very good evening, City Council. Nice to see you this evening. So I just have 3 quick slides here to bring us all up to speed on the Chambers Road project. So ultimately, we need to build the roadway out to 4 different lanes, and the various improvements for that corridor project will include thank you. Will include adding through lanes in each direction, as well as new turn lanes and a center raised median. In addition to that, we'll be building out new curb and gutter, a detached sidewalk on the west side of the roadway, as well as trail extensions on the east side of the roadway. In addition to that, we're going to be building a new bridge over Second Creek to accommodate for a flooding event. We'll be putting in a pedestrian underpass at the Second Creek structure to allow pedestrians to more easily access that trail. And with all of our roadway projects, we'll be adding updated drainage, landscaping, and lighting. Also not mentioned on this slide, I'd like to point out that we're adding those 3 new traffic signals along Chambers at 105th, 117th, as well as Heartland. So a little bit of history here. Chambers Road was identified in our 2010 Transportation Master Plan as a recommended widening project in order to provide additional capacity to our roadway users. Back in 2022, city staff did come before council to present a cost-sharing agreement that would have been between the city and Reunion Metro District to cover a small segment of that roadway, being 112th to 104th, and that agreement was ultimately not approved. Since we last spoke to you in 2022 about that, the cost has increased from 23.2 million to 31.4 million. In part, 1, because the scope has increased, and 2, because we've had about $3.5 million of inflation between now and 2022. Also, in addition to these numbers, going back to those 3 traffic signals on 105th, 117th, and Heartland, we're estimating about 2.5 million for those 3 traffic signals that are actively being designed by city staff. So where are we looking at today? Well, right now we have $7.4 million in funding available of the estimated $31.4 million for the widening project. Those 3 traffic signals are also drawing down from that project account. So some key timelines here. We are actively working on a roadway design, which is January of this year through August of this year. Thinking that those new traffic signal design will take us through the end of October of this year. We're also actively working on right-of-way appraisal. We started that in June of this year and will also wrap up at the end of October roughly. And then of course, construction is depending on funding, and my office as well as the grants office are actively seeking any funding opportunities that are out there through grants, but those options are more limited at the present time. So that's where we're at. Funding wise and project wise, certainly happy to answer any scoping or history questions that council has.
So we have questions, Chambers? I have a question. I know that there were some dollars from the federal government. Did those get clawed back?
So our congressionally directed spending thankfully went through before any of the clawbacks occurred, so we are not worried about that.
Okay. So there's no, so we can go ahead and acquire land if we need to?
So that funding is accounted for in our 7.4 million, and we are actively drawing down on that account for the right-of-way appraisal, land acquisition, signal design, et cetera.
Okay, so and this funding we have right now, is that gonna help with the bridge, or is that part of the other $31 million?
So within the project, we don't have a specific line item for the bridge. It's just considered as a part of the larger need for the 31.4 million. I would say it wouldn't make sense to do the bridge separate from the widening.
Yeah, well, just ask. Mayor Fulton.
My question is about the 3 traffic lights. So the 105th traffic light was from 2 years ago. So was it money allocated for that 2 years ago?
It is being considered as a part of the larger Chambers CIP project, so.
It is. Even Heartland and 117th, you're throwing in to this as well?
They would all come from that same
Okay.
project account, yes.
There must be money for 105th because we asked for it and it was approved. It was supposed to be moving forward. We were simply waiting on the, what did they call it during COVID when things were slowed down so much? We were just waiting on the parts, we were told.
Well, I certainly can't speak to where we were during COVID, since I was not in the department at the time, but we are
Supply chain, that's the word I was looking for.
We are moving forward on the project. We recently issued a bid to procure the poles. As soon as those contracts are signed, which they're en route right now, it takes about 6 to 10 weeks for the poles to come in.
So I think
the poles had not been procured 2 years ago, before.
They had not.
Okay, then,
So last year is when I remember I sent you all an email last year about 150 Chambers. That we were moving forward with that and that we hope to have an update in August of last year.
Design had just started at that time. And since then, we've been able to complete design, put the design out to bid, select a contractor, and then we had to go back out to bid to procure the materials. And that's where we're at now. But as soon as we have those materials, we're ready to go.
Okay, I just didn't want to jumble all of the money together. It is, yes, Chambers Road, but those traffic lights were requested for reasons separate from Chambers Road, if you will. They happen to be on Chambers Road, but not because of the widening.
So I think how PW has been approaching it is that regardless, the widening project was always going to have those traffic signals as part of it. Because the traffic counts and as far as the widening, I'm not speaking eloquently enough, but from the engineering basis, but they were always included within that widening project from 105th up to 116th. So how we operate within our funds is that if these were always going to be born with the widening project, which was to have been started and would have been designed and constructed as part of that, it should come out of that funding source. What we have done has taken some components of that, 117th in Chambers, 105th in Chambers, and Heartland in Chambers, and pulled them out of that overall widening project and have advanced them. You would still have an expectation to pull from that fund in which that project would have been constructed out of. Now, I know you don't want to see that fund go down by 2 million because the cost of a traffic signal in today's dollars is somewhere between 750 to 900,000. You could always appropriate additional unassigned general fund balance into that CIP account. That would then still keep that overall account line flush at 7.1 million to be used for right of way acquisition. So there's ways of still getting to that 7.1. But I think from the accounting, from an engineering practice, you always want to pull from the accounting which that project is going to benefit from for those improvements.
I thought we had done 105th because 105th is already widened at that point. The widening begins at 106th. So 105th is already 4 lanes.
So the anticipation when we came to.
I mean, Chambers is 4 lanes at 100.
Yeah, so the anticipation was always thought that we were gonna have to come to you all for approval of an appropriation for the design work. But that design work, when we got the bid, came back within my authority, so we were able to use city manager contingency to pay for the design. The amount of dollars for the actual construction is obviously 750,000 to 900,000. There's 2 ways of approaching, coming back to you all for individual appropriations for each traffic signal in that dollar amount to be thrown, which would be into this account, or draw down from the account and then come to you all at a later time to replenish it back to that 7 million as we're still looking for federal dollars, or as we continue to appropriate any dollars that we want as we go forward.
And 117th isn't in the Chambers Road widening either. It's beyond, it's 4 lanes at 117th and Chambers.
Maybe you can speak to this a little bit better, Jenna, even though the widening project may not, while yes, we're talking about widening project, there's components of the widening project such as streetlights, such as traffic signals that are also a part of the comprehensive approach.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and so we're utilizing the same contractor who did design for the widening to design specifically the signal at 117th because it keeps us from having to go back out to bid. It allows us to, design it at a lower cost, which is why we're, talking about drawing it from that same account.
I appreciate that. I don't want the traffic lights, though, to be caught up in the widening of Chambers Road. We were told that Heartland and Chambers would be a temporary light, could be a temporary light until the road was widened. So all 3 of those should be separate budget items. They might be the same contractor, but they should be 3 separate budget items. 105th and 117th are outside of the widening project. They're not 106th to 116th. And then Heartland is supposed to be, you had mentioned, City Manager Rogers, that it could be a temporary light at Heartland, and that would be what you would be working on.
So minimum temporary light hopefully maybe being able to design it outside or within the extent of that widening project to where it can be permanent. I think probably temporary is gonna be the way that we go, but I think what you're asking, and I think it's not a problem, is separate appropriations that are covering the interim conditions of those traffic signals, to which at what time that widening project will come in at its full cost or full funding, and will address the permanent conditions if we can deliver it now.
Yeah, and excluding the 105th traffic light and excluding the 117th traffic light as part of the budget, because we need to move forward on that. As Councilmember Ford has said, there are things that are promised and then aren't realized, so we need to keep moving. We need traction.
And the designs are underway.
Yes.
All three should be done by end of October.
The designs aren't the issue, it's just how we bring the appropriations ordinance forward to you all, whether it's unassigned or it's a replenishment of that, we can work that out. But yes, there's nothing that's going to hold up those 3 traffic signals.
Okay,
Yeah,
that's what
I was perhaps confusing. I just wanted to let everyone know that in addition to what you saw on the slide, we have not forgotten about those 3 signals. The work is ongoing already.
Thank you.
Councilmember Douglas, Councilmember Ford.
My question was actually answered, so.
Councilmember Ford.
So right now we have 7.4 million in funding, estimated at 31. Have we had neighborhood meetings and talked to the community about this?
We had I think it was August, we had the most recent neighborhood meeting. We'll be having another one, probably November, December, once we have more information to take back to the public. We'll do that as a part of the Commerce City Speak Now.
So you're looking for the difference between 31 and 7.4. Correct. In grant funding. So basically we're phasing this project too,
If I found that much grant funding, absolutely.
right? Okay.
Okay,
All right,
All right, thank you.
thank you.
Mr. Redden, you're up with Buckley Park, sir.
Thank you. Okay, good evening, Mayor, members from council. I am here to talk about Buckley Park tonight. I think, as you may know, the community park sits next to the new high school that is being built off of 92nd and Tower. It is approximately a 40-acre site with 25 acres as passive natural open space. We have completed about a 15% schematic design on the park. Really, that was to coordinate with the high school that's being built, so we can make sure that we're kind of marrying the site and that the amenities flow well together with the high school. I believe, as you all know, there is currently no funding for the park. To build the park outright, we are looking at about $70 million. We would need an additional $10 million in water, so the park would be about $80 million to build. If we phase down, looking at it here, we would be looking at $30 million to build a base of the park. That would certainly include the infrastructure part, right? Moving all the dirt, getting everything ready for the entire park. That would include amenities like the playground, a multi-purpose field, an amphitheater. The north part of the park, which I'll show you in some design, would be about $20 million. That would be a children's museum, or we could look at it as a intergenerational education area, right? We could look at it for more uses there. An outdoor education area, some community gardens, and a nature play. The south end of the park, we would be looking at 20 million in that area, which would include something like an ice rink ribbon, concessions for that ice rink, an adventure dome, and shelters. This is a broad overview of the park. Again, that base build would be for the amphitheater that you see, which is the oval, and then some multi-purpose fields. And then the playground would be just to the right of the oval there, kind of in the bluish area that you see. When you think of a playground for a community park, think of something the size of Fairfax Playground. If you've been out and seen that new playground that we just installed there, it's a large inclusive playground. That is something that we'd have for the size of Buckley Park here. For the north end of the park, these are just some ideas that you see in the pictures that we kind of came up with. again, when we were looking at doing this schematic design, some of the things we were looking at, this would obviously be our first community park in the north. So we were trying to come up with some ideas of something that the residents can be proud of and that all residents in the city would want to drive to and come to. Some of the things that we have in here are items that we don't currently have in our parks, like nature play areas and education areas, for people to learn a little bit in the park. So that's what you see on this north end. On the southern end of the park, again, you get into some new amenities that we don't have, like fire pits that you could have in the winter around the ice ribbon. We would also look at having the one picture on the left, it's called a creek play area. Instead of just your regular splash pad, something a little bit unique where you have a creek that kids can play in and it just kind of flows and then goes to a splash pad area. So something a little bit different and more unique than just your splash pad that sprays. And then some adventure domes that you see in the bottom there that we're looking at. And then maybe we have in the middle of the ice ribbon, there's some different elements we can get there with the adventure dome and maybe some music playing, things like that. Some of the other things we were looking at when we were looking at the schematic design for this was, right, checking out those boxes that the residents had in the master plan and trying to hit some of those touch points. And those are some of the things that we tried to do at this park in the schematic design as well. So like I said, keep in mind, this is very high level. It is not funded yet. We have not gone out to the residents yet because we don't want to go out there and say, hey, give us your ideas, whatnot. And then, we don't get funded for this for another 7 or 8 years and residents change and ideas change and the values change for the residents. And then we're going back out again. So as soon as we get to that part where we're funded, we hire an architect, we'll start to then go out and look at doing open houses to our community to see exactly what they would like in this park. Certainly we have some ideas, again, just to see what it would look like functioning and marrying with the high school. But that is where we are at with Barkley Park.
Mayor Pro Tem Little.
Thank you very much. We've heard the word phase tonight. Is any of this phasable? Like the amphitheater, for example, or something like that?
Yes, absolutely, we can phase this park. And what we would look at doing that is, I think, the first phase, and the biggest priority for us would be in that, what we call that 30 million build base. Get the playground built, like the amphitheater built, and the multi-purpose fields built. That is what we believe is where the high function use would be for our residents in the areas that are of most needed in use, especially like those multi-purpose fields, which we really don't have anywhere in the city. It also serves other purpose for us as far as special events go. It gives us a large area to host larger special events, where really right now we don't have that large surface area of grass to hold more than like 1,000 or 2,000 residents, right? This would give us that area to hold larger special events in the city, those signature events, if you will.
So that's the 30 million.
Yes.
Yeah, it looks cool. Really nice. I have a question about parks while you're here then too.
Absolutely.
The ninja course that's going in at Second Creek Farm, that was paid for by the Broncos money that the city received when the Broncos were sold to the Walmart crew.
Mm-hmm.
And I just want, since that was a bundle of money, $350,000, $400,000 that we used for that portion, going to the ninja course, that everybody in Commerce City will be able to use the ninja course and that it's not just Second Creek Farm.
Yes, it's a public park, so anyone can go and use it, and there'll be elements at that ninja course from little kiddos that can use it all the way up to adults. So there'll be different elements for them to play on. We do have a little bit of funds left over from that sell for the adventure course, the ninja course. We are doing a refresh at Pioneer Park, and in that refresh, we'll be adding an adventure dome there, which will be still that like ninja element, but just a little bit different. So we'll get something in the southern area for kiddos and adults to play on that have that same element with them.
And that's getting close to completion, right? Second Creek Farm?
No, we haven't started. Kalu is getting close to completion.
Oh, okay.
Second Creek Farm has not started as of yet.
Okay, thank you.
The other council members have questions? I had a question as far as the grass area or the amphitheaters and all that. Is there any other kind of service we could put in that's more job tolerant? That gives you the feel of putting your lawn chairs out and all that, but not worried so much about handling water, such a large area.
So anytime we start to build new parks now, we look at ways to save with water. So we would certainly look at that with that park, as we did with Caloo and with Second Creek Farm. We always look at ways to be water smart now, for sure.
I know, like Reunion Park, Turnberry, a lot of those other parks, city parks, not Reunion, but Frontier, they do have good areas for kids out there practicing everything. And I know we have contracts with both school districts to use their facilities as well, when they're not using them, which is not really a lot. I understand that. But if we look at maybe doing the opposite, like doing the feature area first and then work our way north to the open field. That way we're bringing something different than just a big field for people to play on, you know, give them something to do in between.
And I think once we get an allocation of dollars, whatever that amount is, we can then start to look at what would go into that first phase if we decide to phase the park. Then we can start to go out to the residents and say, what do you want to see? And then we can start to circle around that on what we would build in the park.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Chacon.
Just because I've seen it in other spaces recently with a few co-ops, farmers markets, they actually were able to kind of raise to have a park locally with the community. I think it was in North Denver. So is there any way that we can include that type of space?
So something that we could do for that, in this design element here, this is the north part of the park. If we were to do something like this, this is an educational area and there's community gardens up in here. So we could certainly create some kind of element with the building that we have here in this to create some kind of farmer's market over in the parking lot over here. There's certainly something that we could do for that, absolutely.
Some of them supplement funding too, so maybe, I don't know. That was with the co-ops, everybody was part of it and had invested in it too, so I don't know if that's a possibility, but just keep our options open. Thank you.
Oh, just one more thing, Chad.
Yes, sir.
It's page 27. It shows a parking lot. Is that the city's parking lot or is that the school's parking lot?
So this parking lot right here, this is all owned by the city. The high school's parking lot is over on this side of it. So this is owned by us. We would be able to use their parking lot for events, so you could see all the spaces that we would have, and then you draw people over here to events, so it's not such a long walk. And there also is a smaller parking lot on the north side as well.
And then the road above the high school in the future, Landmark Drive,
Yes, sir. And that drive comes through right here.
that is going to go in, right? Is that the city's responsibility or is that the school district?
That part I can't answer for you.
City Manager Rogers? You know if the Landmark Drive is the city's responsibility or is that the school district's putting in?
So great question. Landmark Drive, they have proposed up to its property edge of the school to construct, Landmark Drive, both north and northwest, southeast, extensions of that. As you may know, there is a gap where it will T-intersect, I can't remember what that road is, up to the bridge.
Yes.
That will be necessary for us to identify how to construct and build. I would assume we would look at that as part of any project associated with the park, or maybe try to advance that as a CIP discussion in 27.
So it's Quintero. Yeah, I think it's Quintero Street. And then they decided to put that buffer there too on the roads, because before it was going right behind the homes.
Mhm.
Yeah, that's better design. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
So on this slide, Mayor and Council, what you have is what we're projecting as the total dollar amount to be able to look at both Chambers Road and Buckley Park. I think what you've heard, we're working through the Chambers Road design for the widening project. You have better knowledge on what that actual dollar amount may be here in November. Buckley Park, haven't begun design, right? What you have there is not even, I would say, a 15% design draw. What you have is really just nice, pretty pictures of what could conceptually go there. You'd have to start some form of design work that would be necessary to kind of get to that stage of how that all comes to work, even 30%, like what you've seen on the PD substation, to start getting some initial engineers probable cost for construction. That all to say, when you look at trying to package those together and the timeliness of when those would come forward, 27 or so, there may be the abilities of thinking about leveraging sales and use tax revenue bonds, which is voter authorization. Both of these would fall within the NIGID. Not saying that that's what you would leverage, but we had previously made an attempt to leverage the NIGID back in 2021. That went to the vote of the people. That failed miserably. And I don't think we did ourselves any justice in actually trying to communicate to the community, like, okay, we want 250 million. Well, for what? And we didn't do a really good job of saying for what at that time. I think if there was, right, the completion of Chambers Road, Buckley Park, this is what it's gonna mean to the community. Here's how it's gonna help open up roads. Here's how it's going to create, additional amenities for both residents and the totality of our city to come together. That's a different messaging and campaign. So that, what does that then look like in increasing a millage that would then allow for the issuance of the bonds? What you will find is that, over the course of the last 5 years, we've reduced the millage rate from, I want to believe 16 down to 8 mills today to be able to repay the outstanding bonds that we have. So once again, there's able to look at some of those revenue streams, or what we've done in the past as well, which is issue certificate of participation. They're very much similar to the bonds, but they're not. You can call them maybe bonds light, where it does not require voter authorization, but you are using the construction of the facilities themselves as collateral against repayment of that annual debt service. Why that is all important is that when you look at the whether it's a tax revenue bond or a COP, you're looking at somewhere between 4.4 to 5.5 million annually to repay that annual debt service. Now, there's probably significantly some, as we would get closer in design, we could probably look at more definitive funding options for how to be able to think about interest-only payments for the first handful of years, as we know that we're going to be experiencing some new economic development projects coming online over the course of the next 2 years that will help increase our sales and use tax. So there'll be some things that may enlighten us when we think about that funding at the time. But I think it's getting to that stage where we'll know where we'll be at with Chambers. It's really Buckley Park on whether or not, which was not part of the 2026 CIP, whether or not we advance something in 26 for design, which is 1.8 to 2.4, or do we wait to 27? And I think as what Chad said, let the school kind of get a year underneath its belt to see how they're operating, see how we would then work around that from a construction standpoint, work with the school as well from a design aspect with the broader community, and then re-engage. But we wanted to share with you about some of these. I would say these are probably some of your much larger, bigger projects outstanding to the end of the decade for the community. And are these priorities for you all to the end of the decade for us to be thinking about?
Having if any of those things came to pass that you just described, would it be limited to Northern Range people, or would it be all of Commerce City? Is a vote required for any of these?
Great question. If it's within the NIGID, it would only be the NIGID property owners would be only ones allowed to vote.
Okay, then I think about all the needs, And one thing I haven't seen as a need demonstrated to us, traffic counts, et cetera, is for widening Chambers Road. I know safety wise and convenience wise, it needs traffic lights for people to be able to get in and out of neighborhoods at particular times of day. But the demand for widening Chambers, I haven't seen. 120th makes sense. And we may have to pay more money for that once that comes to fruition, because that's taken, I don't know how many years now. That began when I first came on council. That was already being discussed. So it's been since 2018, 2017. That's a really long one.
Absolutely.
That one needs to be done first, for sure, it seems. But I don't know that Chambers, I haven't seen the case for widening Chambers to make it a priority expense. Other than our commitment to some greater master transportation plan for the region.
Yeah, the transportation master plan looked at population estimates, it looked at crash data, it looked at traffic data. And I think the compilation of those different data sets spoke to having to widen Chambers Road to create some of that relief. I mean, once again, that's a good question about, do you want to widen the road? Does the road widening, which would help to be able to create better level of services and improve public safety from vehicular, pedestrian, and vehicular conflicts, a point of need with council response to the community, right? I think some of the things that you will notice is that even our safety action plan, which is playing off of that data, would further support. Jenna, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but the safety action plan would further support widening helps to address some of that, plus some of the additional countermeasures that can be adopted that are quick and easy wins. I think the points that you said. So, that's a really good policy question, right? I think it's quality of life really comes down to it, as well as that level of service and that public safety, right? You can make Chambers safer. You can make it more passable for both pedestrians east-west, as well as looking north-south. But it may also cause further delays in people trying to get out of our community, get into our community, and that could also have different stressor points. So
Here's my problem. The majority of people who live in the NICAD, at least 60%, are people who pay the Reunion Metro District mills of 98, 99 mills. And so it would mean selling them on, not only are you potentially the second most expensive metro district in the state, but possibly the first already. And until they can see a new grocery store and restaurants, my arguments for this would fall on deaf ears.
Yeah.
That would be the problem.
yeah, I mean,
Even if there was a case to be made for Chambers Road, even if there was data to prove the Chambers Road, I still think about, oh my gosh, they'd much rather we follow New York City's candidate and build our own grocery store.
well, I think what you're saying is absolutely a good philosophical conversation for you all to have. Like I said, we have 3 million in our Cinderella 2K bond dollars that are going towards this project, plus the 4.1. If the council said, from a policy discussion, we no longer want Chambers Road widened, okay. Then there's a plan of attack that we would have to come back to you all and say, we have 7 million, what do we do with that in the interim for countermeasures and other design aspects that create an improved public safety through traffic, vehicular, the pedestrians, right? Within that dollar amount, but I think that guidance, that leadership is gonna have to first come, right? We were set down this path as an idea of being able to help address some of these community concerns. Is this still a policy priority for you all in this sense of a CIP? If not, then okay, then we need to shift and do something different. Same thing with Buckley Park and Bosby. Do you want us to give advance looking at a park as a priority for the broader community? And then at the same time, we can advance that part. But then also advance, what funding do you want us to be looking at as we go along advancing the design and whatever discussion that you all end up with chambers, right? For us then to be able to respond to within our realm.
Yeah, we have to look at, let you come back to us on 112 too, because that's gonna relieve, if, depends on how that comes through. I could relieve a lot on
That's true.
120th. I can relieve a lot on Chambers as well,
True, very true.
so.
Yeah.
I mean, I appreciate the look forward.
Yeah.
For sure. You have one more thing to say?
Yeah, I was just reading an article about the executive director of the Site Selection Association in the US was just hired by the Jeffco Economic Development Corporation. And in the interview with her, she said that companies like to go to communities that have things like culture and so on and so forth. We are very limited in that area also. You know, we talked about that, the URA at, over at Greyhound Park. We were going to be putting in a cultural center that was part of the discussion at the URA, and that has fallen off the radar. Buckley Park would be a great amenity for any company thinking about, you know, whether it be a restaurant or bookstore, whatever the case might be. It would be an asset in the community to have all of those amenities, so that I think that would be appreciated, especially with the amphitheater. That would be as close as we could come right now to culture. So I think Buckley Park is an interesting possibility that is in its same view. That view is to die for. And it will never be blocked because we have Second Creek below it also. So that's good news. So I lean more towards Buckley Park than I do towards Chambers. But if there is a case to be made, if there is data about Chambers, then that would be a different story.
Yeah, so let us do this. We'll put together a memo. I'll have the team pull together a memo with the data about what's led to the widening, and then I can send it out to you. And then obviously, we can always circle back around this conversation. Probably doesn't hurt to circle around this conversation, thinking about this, about Buckley Park, when we come back on the budget workshop on September 8th. Just to kind of fold that in, knowing that, right, we haven't started any design work for that. So would you want to put design dollars into the 26 budget or wait to 27? Like I said, once we have that school community in, and that way you can then also look at the data from the widening and say whether or not, like I said, do you want to move forward with that as a policy guidance leadership project in our CIP, right? You know, we're not talking necessarily about the engineering around what would go into a widening project. We're talking about, do you want that project in the main? And if not, then that's a different conversation for us to have to then come back to you and say, here's what we do with the money along Chambers or elsewhere, 120th or 112th to get it back open if it gets too costly. So these are things that, right, have trickle down decisions when it comes down to where then we refocus that policy intention.
All right. Councilor Betts.
Thank you. So in the event that this money would be reallocated it doesn't have to stay for a project in the north, right? It could be a project in the south.
The 7.1, so I would say, I think we'd have to look at the terms and conditions of what we received from the congressional direct spending in the 4.1. And I think we'd also have to look at what we've already spent for the 2K Cinderella bond project and ensure that we're not running afoul of that with investors in those bonds. So, but I would say, once again, the positive is just moving away from it. Then there's actions that we then have to look at based on that to present to you.
Thank you.
All right. Okay, we'll take a 10-minute break. Or 5-minute break.
What do we have left?
Let's get
Oh,
one more thing.
one other question.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Chambers Road, you could use some of the money at 100, ignoring putting 112th through, all the way through at the moment. 112th and Chambers, the corner, which would be the northwest corner that the city was unable to buy because the landowner had died and the son stepped in or something happened. And so it makes a very odd shift in the lane, right at 112th and Chambers on the northwest corner.
In the county.
In the county, correct. To buy that, that little corner and then fix the road at that point for part of the 7.4, should we not use it all to widen Chambers?
Okay. Lord,
Clyde Roy property.
Clyde Roy. Okay.
He's still around?
Remember Clyde?
Oh, yeah.
That's number 2.
Yeah, since there's no data for Chambers Road and there's no money, it don't sound like it. I just soon scrap it and let's work on extending 60th Avenue and fixing Ivy Street from 50th to 48th and. I mean, those are safety issues, so we can get ambulances and buses, from Vasquez to Brighton Boulevard. Because we can't get them under the bridge there now, and that's been that way since forever.
Yeah, it's a mess.
True that.
We good on this?
Probably need reports on both those in terms of
Yes,
dangers.
Yeah.
I believe so.
I mean, both Chambers and the one you're discussing.
All right, we'll take an 8-minute break.
Thank you, man.
Thank you. What was that?
You just told Jason.
Heather online?
We have Heather online. She is in the great state of Utah.
We
Oh,
got a
that's right.
really.
I'm gonna promote you now, Heather.
Oh, Heather.
Hi, lovelies.
All right, Heather, you should be able to unmute yourself.
I am unmuted as far as I know.
Here we go.
You are.
Alrighty.
All right.
Jason, have you teed this one up? Where, at what point am I joining your conversation?
We have not teed it up yet, but very quickly, Mayor, Council.
Sure.
I think you all remember the conversation that was held on July 28th around growth in the Northern Range. Very robust, very good conversation about a number of different topics. One was a commitment to getting back with the development community to have another roundtable discussion and asking Heather to bring a proposal together on how she would help you all navigate and facilitate that. So what you found on the agenda was her proposal, which provides two options. And with that, Heather, I will turn it over to you.
Thank you, Jason. Good evening. So excited to hang out with you guys again, even though I'm far away. So when I was thinking about the way that we could tackle this conversation, I sort of thought there could be two versions. One version, which is option 2, I'll get to in a minute, isn't my favorite because I think it is similar to what you already did and might reduce folks' enthusiasm for joining this conversation. So starting with option 1, it is my fave. Don't worry too much about the time. I was mostly doing that for myself. I think with breaks, we're probably looking at 3 hours. So that's sort of the most important piece there. My thinking first is, obviously a nice welcome. And overview of the themes from the last roundtable. Y'all had those slides that we looked at when we were together on the 28th. I think starting with that, just to make sure folks understood that you were paying attention to what they were saying and that there's some notes that were taken. And then later in our conversation on the 28th, we asked you all to spend some time thinking about, what is your council vision for development? And Dominique took super great notes. And so I was thinking we could create some kind of a handout that just is a bulleted list of those things that you said that you want to see more of, and a bulleted list of the things that you said you wanted to see less of, or not more of, at least. Just as a sort of a touch point for the conversation for our folks from the development community. So we'd have them that, and then maybe some kind of a handout that again just summarizes those development areas and development types from the comp plan, maybe using some different terms or just printing it out and making sure everyone has that for reference. So we'd have these 2 handouts that folks could have in their hands and visit about as we go forward. In this version, which again is my recommendation, we keep everybody together and don't do any breakouts. And after sort of that introductory stuff there, the full group discussion focuses primarily on 3 things. Thing 1, what specific policy changes can the city make to accelerate the specific type of development in council's vision? Hence the handout with the bullets. How else can the city motivate or incentivize development consistent with that vision? Maybe people have other ideas. I don't know. And then one of the interesting bullets to me on that slide from the last meeting was this idea that some folks in the development community were interested in more collaboration with the city. I think we might want to know what would that look like? Tell us more. So that format is probably folks sitting around in a U shape or in a square, me facilitating the discussion. Staff would be available to answer clarifying questions. And then you, mayor and council, your job would be just to sit there and listen and take your own notes. Then I would want to come back to you and say, hey, mayor, council, what did you hear? And give you each just a couple of moments to talk about the salient topics or key themes that popped into your mind from the discussion. And then I'd have a few minutes to visit with folks and be like, so that's what they heard. Anything you want to add, correct, whatever, just to make sure, again, we're all having the same conversation. Then, as usual, when you're with us, my staff would be there to take notes. We would talk about that we're taking notes. There will be a detailed summary, and what council would do with that information, what staff would do with that information. And then if there's interest, appetite in that group to do that again, and if so, what would they want to talk about? At the bottom of the page here under considerations, I'm sort of thinking about like kind of the pros and cons for this option versus the second option of small groups. And the primary advantage here really is that I'm running the whole show. I'll make sure that we keep things moving along. I'm able to reframe discussions as we go, just to again ensure that we're all having the same discussion here and the same things, etc. And the other thing that I can do is I can also sort of tease on particular threads. Oh, tell us more about that. Oh, that wait, that's interesting because somebody else said another thing earlier. Are you all saying the same thing? You know, like facilitate, like I guess I do. And then the primary disadvantage would be, you know, if it's like 40 people sitting around a big room, it would be harder to make sure that we heard every voice. So that's a downside. And then when get that many people in a room, groupthink is a thing, right? We just start having this all thinking that's the same thoughts, which isn't my favorite, and also anchoring bias, which is when whatever the first person says, everyone else is like, oh yeah, that. And then they kind of lose track of their own thoughts. And there are some facilitation tools that I have in my old bag of tricks to help mitigate against those, but you know, they're real risks. The other thing is maybe the easier component of option one, it would be scheduling. Option two, presume that you would all have to be there, and that would make scheduling kind of challenging. In this version, you could come. We would want you to come. But if you didn't all want to come, that might ease the scheduling. And then the other challenge with this one, which will be true of the other as well, is that you might get real excited, council and staff might want to jump into the conversation instead of just answering questions, and council, mayor, you might want to jump in to the conversation instead of just listening for those themes. But all in all, I think this might work, and I think it'd be really interesting. And you know, I would try to make it fun for folk. So that's option one. I'll run through option two real quick, and then love to hear your questions and thoughts. Can someone scroll down to option two for me, please? So option two is table discussions. And after I sort of checked in with staff a little bit, it sounds like this is what you did at the first one, right? Same frame up at the beginning. Table discussion would be 9 groups. My vision here was that you would each be at a table. And then same discussion questions. But here you would be there to listen and to take notes, but you would be taking notes on chart paper so people could like watch you process their idea on chart paper. And they would select from their number, just someone else to facilitate. I would circulate just to make sure everyone was on track. Staff would circulate to answer questions. And then again, reports back to the full group, we'd come together. Now the reports would have to be longer, right? Because it wouldn't just be you hitting some key themes, but you really trying to give everybody a sense of the full conversation. So that might be a lot. It'd be a lot of you talking. It's kind of a lot of pressure for you. And again, similar in approach to last time. So this duplicates that previous approach, but small groups are pretty good. There is some risk that the small groups might get a little spicy. I would provide ground rules. I would sort of walk around and make sure they were enforced table by table, but you never know. If we did this, I would want you all there, and then scheduling becomes tricky. I know you're all busy people with lively lives. And then again, you might want to jump in, staff might want to jump in. So those are my 2 ideas. I like the first one better. Love to hear your thoughts. And if I could change anything to make you more excited, I would be interested in having that conversation.
All right, who wants to start? Councilmember Tito, what are your thoughts? Tim Noble.
Thank you, Heather. It looks really good. I think what we need at this point, whenever this is going to be held, we already met with them in July. We know what they had to say. So how do we get the cows to Abilene? You know, that's what we need to do now. what can we enact that they would like, that would make everybody happy that we talked about in July, so that we don't have to talk about it again when we meet in whenever it is, October. I know that they have been distressed about consistency or security or whatever, not knowing what the city council is going to do. And I will bring up cases in my ward so that my residents can know what's going on in the ward. That's important to me. But the idea for our new land development code is that we do that at the very beginning of the process. And then they can only deviate by a small amount as it goes forward. So if we could put that into action right now, then I think that would take a lot of the heat off the meeting. If we come back and have another meeting with them in October, Heather, and have the same conversation all over again, not only will it make them crazy, it'll make me crazy too. I don't want to hear the same thing all over again. I think we need to see some action.
So you like option 1 or 2?
Well, option one, but we can't have option 1 until we do something constructive.
I would defer to council on that for sure. I guess my question would be, how sure would you, as a body, be that you were enacting the right things? Like, my discussion question there was specifically, don't tell us generally any more about the concerns that you have, but tell us really specific things that you'd like us to do to make sure that you're not playing whack-a-mole. And like, we thought you wanted this, so we did that. But really, and again, this would be with me being, bossy facilitator pants, being like, no, that sounds pretty general. Like, we're talking specific. What recommendations do you want? If you think it would be more useful for you all to do something before that, I defer to you, of course.
Then in that case, 1 is best.
1 would be the most fun anyway.
Councilmember Chacon?
Yes, especially since you get to do all the talking.
You make it fun. Option 1, personally, I actually would rather have, but I'm one of those that lean into conflict. So whatever was an issue and cons of the first initial one, let those be known, like kind of let them be aired out so that I can be part of that in the conversation. So option 1.
I love it. Yeah, I agree.
Councilmember Ford?
I'm gonna go right along with Rocky, but I'll go with number 1.
You guys look really tired.
Councilmember Douglas?
So I'm gonna go with number 1. I like the fact that in the first 30 minutes, you are going to take the time to really hone in on what council's vision is. And I think that's really important. And I see that as part of the full group discussion as well. And the fact that I know you can control everything and keep it moving and progressing and to create action out of this is really good. So I'm gonna go with number 1 as well.
Okay, Councilmember Teeter?
I'll go with 1, 2. 1 as well.
Not 2, 2?
You guess 1 too.
Thank you, Heather. I'll go for 1 as well now. Are you gonna be doing any interviews of our development community?
I certainly could if you think that would be advantageous. I think the question would be, what would we be hoping that I would learn, and how would we decide who I interviewed, and what would I do with the information, right? Generally, if I do interviews, then I would write a summary and then we would want to do something with it. I wonder though, Mayor, another thing to consider would be at the end of the meeting, we could say, what else do you want? I appreciate you want, to the Mayor Pro Tem's point, like, you want us to do some stuff, noted, have a list, great. Anything else? Like, do you want us to do a deeper dive into some of these specific issues? Do you want to spend more time with me just to, brain dump, whatever? But I don't know that I would want to do it proactively unless we had a real clear purpose for interviews, because then I would be worried I'd just be wasting your money.
Okay, well, I just wanted to see where that was at.
Another question.
Mayor Pro Tem Noel.
Yeah, this is a question for our city manager. Have you had a chance to listen to the LDC meeting we had last Tuesday night while you were at the candidate seminar?
I haven't had a chance to listen to it. I've had a chance to speak with the city attorney, community development director, as well as the city manager. I heard that there was really good conversation around some of the concepts that were laid out. And obviously some of those concepts laid out were questions that were raised by the development community. I know vinyl siding was one, building rent was one, building forms was another, so, and also the implementation of the actual land development code when it comes to the actual potential mapping and
Yeah, and
adopted.
you know, and there were things that we wanted to put in place, but the problem is that land development code was at least a year of phasing things in, and stuff needs to happen sooner than that. That's why we have these problems, is that these things need to be addressed now instead of later. And is it possible to at least take 2 or 3 of the issues change the land development code now?
Yeah, I don't think there's anything that prevents you from wanting to adopt like the preliminary plan process.
Right.
I think it's just putting a motion on the floor at a regular meeting that gives, guidance to the city manager's office, community development, as well as the city attorney's office to prepare a surgical revision to the existing land development code that, for that instance, includes that process now. So there's nothing that prevents you from being surgical and then adopting and making sure that those areas are rescinded and repealed and replaced as it comes. So absolutely, you can make that move.
Okay. And they could make the presentation before the city council, just like they would if they were called up.
Absolutely.
Okay, that'd be cool. That'd be good. All right, I'll do that.
Absolutely. So I think I know coming out of that meeting, I was preparing that something would more than likely be raised for the 18th around that conversation. I just did not know when or who or where would be wanting to bring those points of discussion forward.
When are we looking at having this next meeting with the developers?
I think what I'm hearing is that you all would like to move forward with option one. I don't think what's captured in here is if you wanted her to have interviews with property owners, developers in the Northern Range, or just jump right into it. I think if you just want to jump right into it, I think
Save time.
we can reach out to the contacts that we were able to bring that group around the table in February. And say that we want to advance another conversation and see what dates work for them. They
Could
come
we
back
make
around that
sure
table.
we invite commercial interests this time instead of just housing?
We did, last time we did, they just didn't show. But we'll make sure to reach back out to them.
Okay, could we see the invite list in advance? Because
Absolutely.
I know some of them and I would encourage them to come.
Absolutely.
Okay. Great.
Can we have good snacks?
No.
We always do.
That always helps.
Who's next?
And here and
Joking.
All right, any other council members? Okay, thank you, Heather.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good night.
You too.
Yes, safe travels.
Thanks so much.
Thanks for being here.
Yes, sir. Those are all of our items, Mayor.
All right, Hunter, Manager Rogers.
Thank you. I will tackle my list of items very quickly and we'll go through the agenda. Back to school, food truck rodeo was this past Saturday. We had over 200+ community participants over that 3-hour range. So congratulations to Communications, ED, and our partner, Community College of Aurora. I've heard back from county commissioners that they've confirmed October 13th to have the conversation around the Adams County Acute Behavioral Health Clinic. You may have known it in a previous tense as the detox center. So we're working on getting it on the calendars accordingly. And the plan would be to have it here at the Civic Center on that Monday. Our public works divisions are going around, taking in our streetlights, see which ones are in need of repair or not. We've identified 178 streetlights that are currently out and need repair. So we are working through our program on how those can be addressed by the responsible utility vendors or ourselves as the city. We have 4 speed data collecting devices out, not gonna say where. But we have 4 speed collecting data devices out, and we're hoping to get that analysis and information that may lead to countermeasures or improvements to address speeding if that is so the issue. Made note about the Commerce City First and Last Mile Connectivity Grant that we received from RTD in the amount of $504,000. The goal would be to have individuals that can use their phone to book rides between 7 and 7, Monday through Friday, to travel between public transportation pickup and drop off points and residence businesses between and places of employment in the city. The pilot would be in the core city for at least 1 year. Music in the Park came to an end. We had around 600 community members join us across those lively events. I'm sorry, the last event had 600 community members, sorry. So I think we're gonna try to get a grand total of what we saw across those events. But as always, our last event was a home run where we had, like I said, 600 plus come out. With girls and boys programs at our PRG, gymnastics, they are state champions. They participated with 52 other young talented men competing in groups of 10. And that was over. And we also then had 596 gymnasts participate. So that was our boys team, 52 participants out of 596. And many of them placed in first place in their various activities. So congrats to PRG and the boys and girls gymnastic state champions. And last but not least, obviously, we have the Speak Up Commerce City that will be kicking off August 20th from 5:30 to 7:30 at Eagle Point Rec Center. Then to be followed a month from there on September 25th from 5:30 to 7:30 as well at Bison Bridge. There will be tables where they'll be able to put input on projects, programs, city services, and ask questions. And they'll also have an opportunity to be able to chat with council members that will be participating. That is my update as it is, but looking at September 8th, 22nd, and October 13th, we have the 2026 Budget Council Workshop as we are going to be opening Highway 2 Corridor Study update. And then the Emergency Operations Plan update as well. That brings us to about 9:45 on the 8th. On the 22nd, we have a housing needs update, which will be a joint planning commission, city council meeting, update on 96th Avenue, where we stand with that project. As you know, we are having certain communications in the community about all things, including sound walls. And then we should have an update on 120th widening project as those bids have been returned. And we're starting to understand what those dollars and cents may be and come back to you all with that impact, maybe on additional appropriations if any needed. And then Adams County Acute Behavioral Health Clinic, like I shared, and then a city council goals review discussion that was raised by Mayor Pro Tem that we will have on that evening as well.
All right.
Thank you.
And thank you, Cheryl, for reminding me. I sent you all a handful of different emails over the course of last week. We are aware that the special legislative session is kicking up August 21st. Question is whether or not you all would like to have a legislative subcommittee meeting on Monday, the 18th, kind of talk about what you're hearing, what we're hearing. I cannot confirm whether or not Purple Label will be available, but we can at least talk about what we know from them and what we shared with you based on some of the information that's been presented and have that be carried forward. It's only gonna last a total of 4 days.
Right.
But once again, it's an opportunity for you all to sit, discuss, weigh in on what they're talking about. Right now, they're not looking at any local cuts or cuts to local budgets from the state. It's all at the state level. But obviously that could change over the course of one of those 4 days. So if there's anything that you all want to make sure that gets presented or across to our lobbyists, then obviously that meeting would be the best time to hold and to have that.
Do you guys think you guys want to have a legislative meeting
Yes,
on the 18th?
yes,
Want to have it with our lobbyist?
if possible. Or just a review of what was decided.
Can we have?
We can reach out, see if they're available. If so, then we can get them locked in. I think we can get you all also scheduled for that meeting on the 18th and like I say, either have that internally, make sure that we convey what the consensus or what the direction is from that body.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, any questions for city manager? I had a question.
Yes, sir.
Where are we at with the arsenal as far as like annexing the discussion we had in DC?
Very good question. I had a brief conversation with the city attorney. I think there's still some investigation as to whether or not we are allowed to do so based on the Constitution. The Constitution. So I think that's a ongoing conversation that I will need to continue to have with them, but I can't speak on it most recently. I did have two other items for you, Mary, that, thank you, Mr. Dennison. You all received an email about Metro Tours. We've only got one response from a council member about wanting to participate on some of the identified dates. If you all would like us to send that memo back out just to put it at the top of your email file, we can do so again.
Yeah, you can, because I didn't receive it.
Yeah.
I didn't notice anything received that way.
We can get that email back out. And then last but not least, we've also have, we're gonna be working on that national community survey. So there'll probably be a point in time where we'll want to come to you and ask where they have a small section where we can ask some maybe more poignant questions to the community. We'll come in at the council and ask you all what those special questions or modifiable questions could be so that we can get their feedback.
Let's see, I had asked about the Civic Academy that we used to have. And it was going to be delayed, I guess. But where are we on the city's Civic Academy?
Good question. I can't say that I've had any most recent conversations around that, ma'am. So that being said. Are you trying to whistle in my ears? Yes.
Everything goes well, the advertisements will be posted, recruitment will start within 2 weeks, and then we'll be starting the class up early fall is the intent.
Okay, and I think in the future, having it earlier in the year would be beneficial. One of the things that I think people used it for in the past were actually, learning about the city in order to either run for city council or be part of boards and commissions or that kind of things, instead of coming at the end of the year when it's competing with Christmas or other holidays, Thanksgiving, all that kind of stuff. People get really busy in the fall.
We've talked about trying to do it in the spring moving forward.
Yeah, I think it was in the spring before. All right, thank you. At least we're moving forward. Thank you.
Ma'am.
All right,
That's all I have, ma'am.
okay, thank you. City Attorney Dorfrey.
Durfee, so just a couple of quick little things. So first of all, we are now finally fully staffed in the city attorney's office. Our newest attorney, Katie Bostwick, started on Wednesday. So yes, she's doing great. So knock on wood, we are fully staffed and we'll hopefully get some things caught up. Secondly, as you know, Lee is out of town. He will not be here for next Monday's meeting, so I'll be subbing for him next Monday as well, but he will be back on Tuesday.
All right. We like having you
Thank
here.
you.
Thanks so much.
Thank you.
You're much quieter than he is.
Yes.
He didn't say a word about it.
I can get
Council?
noisy if you need me. but-
No comment. So, Facebook has been blown up and I know I was contacted by the same resident as the mayor and Christie, Councilwoman Douglas, about the homeless problem over around 62nd,
Oh, yes.
64th, the dog track area. Again, still in Derby. I have reached out and talked to the city manager. But I know a lot of our residents are getting really upset about how long it takes, the amount of trash that's left behind. And given the discussion tonight with budget and how much money we don't have, what's it costing us to clean up all this trash and manage the homeless issue? And frankly, Denver shoved a lot of that, almost all of it, on us. And so our residents are now suffering because of it. And I just want to know kind of what the action plan is. And I'm saying this because we're now broadcasting. I want our residents to know that I bring it up and it's become a problem. And we have to address it. I know the city manager's taken some steps as we have talked, but the public doesn't know that. So I'd like to at least hear from the city manager on some of those steps to reassure our residents that there are actions and some of those actions take some time.
Yeah, so I think first and foremost, you know, when we think about plan of attack, we have laws in place that you all as a council have adopted that guides our actions on enforcement. A lot of that can be ranged from notification, advisement to receiving services as well as fines and arrest. You know, some information has been shared with council as of today about our activities within the community, and some of those activities within the community has led to that increased enforcement. You know, remediation of a number of different sites with certain disposition that was necessary based on the conditions and or certain circumstances or situations in which those encampments were found. Policy speaks to we have to notice, and once we notice, there is then a period of 7 days in which then the occupants of the encampment must vacate or once again risk disposition. That is the practice and standard in which we are holding ourselves. What may be difficult for some of the community to see is that, you know, a lot of those locations that you've spoken about on 62nd, 64th, Elm,
One of the big ones that I've been getting hammered about is still Veterans Park and the Rec Center.
Now, but you know, the interesting about veterans, right, encampment, obviously, right, there's a couple situations that we are navigating, right? You have the encampment and then you have the unhoused. But an encampment, right, we have it defined as anyone who is sleeping overnight. So if you find someone who is simply creating their space on a sidewalk, on a public sidewalk, on a public piece of property, that would be just generally open, we have to treat them as any other resident may be. So, you know, the things that have been reported on and that we've been able to notice with, once again, if it's a broken down RV, somebody pitching a tent, somebody living out of a play school kid's house, right, overnight, that is qualified as an encampment. It's the unhoused situation that I know that we're receiving a number of different complaints and we're having to educate on what we can and what we cannot do based on policy and based on laws that we have in place, which is another thing that we're working towards is a much broader communication to the community to share with them about the education and what we've addressed. Like I said, I don't think a lot of people know that, right, we do post and what that posting sign looks like. It's not like what we do for land use cases, but we do post, and those sites have been posted, and the timeframe in which they have to come into compliance is 7 days, as it currently stands. So, I'm saying that within a sense of sensitivity and protection of certain information, until I can have conversations with staff internally on how best to share more. That does not cause broader concerns for those that we have to both serve and that may have questions of how we're serving. But I will generally say that we are applying the increased enforcement. We are seeing movement within that increased enforcement on a number of different fronts, like I said, fines, arrests, remediation, disposition, and other disposition. It is going to be a continuing issue for our city just because of where our borders are along Adams County as well as the city and county of Denver. I do not have an exact dollar because we're both utilizing internal and external resources to deliver. Said increased service, and we are continuing to look at additional storage capacity because there is also a requirement that if we come along personal belongings of an individual, that we have to retain and identify those personal belongings for a period of 30 days before we can discard, which then creates additional needs that we have to address in connect boxes,
I
storage.
would be interested though, and I would imagine our residents would be, if you had a ballpark idea of what an annual cost is for dealing with the situation.
I think
Because
we
it
can-
matters, especially when we're talking about a deficit in our budget.
Yeah.
I think it matters where our money's going.
I think we can pull those numbers together. Part of it, like I said, is gonna be staff time, because part of it is utilizing our existing staff. And then obviously the services that we call for certain candidates that are, I would say, either a health hazard or there's certain paraphernalia that we may find that our teams are not trained or experts in handling. So we would pull those in and, we could look at all of that and present that to the council. And I think we can do that. I think we can actually bring that on the budget workshop. At least our best estimate.
Thank you. That's all I got, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any educational videos that we post on YouTube or so of how we handle our encampment or homeless?
That's not, we don't, but, one of the things, having talked with our team internally is, what communication, what education can we do? That is respectful of a number of different complexities that we're trying to navigate in this field with the unhoused as well as with urban encampments to the community. So, that's obviously something that I think we can definitely look at. But, I think, we're gonna have to put a scrutinizing eye on it. Just because of implications of how, and just to say, just how individuals may be treated, how individuals have been treated, and whether or not certain organizations agree with that or not with operation. So we are thinking about that.
Yeah. And then I know I've been hearing that City of Denver is putting their homeless in other cities that have any kind of like our empowerment building, not saying that they put all homeless in empowerment building, but they're asking other cities, or may not be asking, but they're also putting homeless in other cities.
I can't say that, well, I can't say one way or the other that's true or not true. I think if there's a desire by the council to understand what they're doing from a policy perspective and what that means I don't have any issues reaching out to their executive director of regional affairs and asking that question so that you all have some sense of what's occurring with other municipalities.
And then, I know, maybe I'll ask this question offline because it has to do with a yard. Yes,
Yeah.
Mayor Pro Tem.
On the same topic of reaching out to Denver, to reach out to them, to ask them what they do with the prisoners that they release from the jail that's on the south side of I-70. In theory, because they don't take them back to where they were arrested, in theory, they would wind up in Central Park because that's the closest neighborhood to that jail. But they aren't in Central Park. So where are these people going? Are they busing them somewhere? Are they transporting them somewhere? Are they giving them money for a cab or Uber?
And then we're gonna.
You know, I'd like to know what's happening to the prisoners released from the jail.
Are you just thinking city and county of Denver? I would also include Adams County.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, the one up there in Brighton. Mhm. Yeah, because we might be seen as low-hanging fruit.
Yeah.
You're nice. I was thinking dumping ground.
Hmm?
You're nice. I was thinking dumping ground.
Okay.
Don't make it honest.
Right, council members having reports? Councilmember Jeter?
Oh, can I weigh in on the?
Wait.
So our job, first and foremost, is to take care of our residents who are here. And the homeless are impacting the quality of life for our residents. And we gotta figure this out. If it means changing the policy that from 7 days to whatever is possible, less than that, changing signs to have no parking on certain streets. Whatever we have to do, we're gonna have to start doing it. People feel like they are not safe here anymore. And conversation I had yesterday was that counted 30-some individuals homeless from, and I left my notes at home, so I can't reference them, but and we've got to work with the county, the state, Denver, whatever it takes so that we can find some resolve for this issue that's negatively impacting our residents. And I think that's one of the major things that we really need to focus on. We're hearing about it over in Adams Heights, we're hearing about it a lot at Veterans Park, again, 64th, 62nd, Elm Street, 60th. We just can't keep punting the ball on this. We gotta find some resolutions. And so if that means getting together with these other entities, and coming up with real solutions, not just talking about the problem, but figuring it out. And do we put a camp somewhere where a community where people have to learn what responsibility is to participate in a community? We've got to figure something out. So I don't expect any answers tonight, but I think this is something that we really need to focus on.
I appreciate the comments and I don't want to use the double negative. I appreciate the comments and understand the vibe. I think there's forums where we can have certain conversations that understand how to navigate policy-wise the legal rights of individuals and how to do so to where it still allows for the city to be effective. And I'll say that pretty more bluntly than trying to navigate some of the things about what we've already done. So I wouldn't say that we're punting, we're operating within both the policy and the legal realm as it currently stands. More than willing to engage on what else we could do. I think there's a right for us to have that conversation. That I think could then lead to some additional guidance and direction.
We're overwhelmingly being impacted. And I think that our citizens should be invited to those conversations so that they can weigh in and tell their own stories of what they're experiencing. People setting up tents in their front yard. I've heard that our older citizens don't even realize that they have encampments that have been set up in their backyards because they don't get outside. There's all kinds of things that are happening here that we need to address. And we need to make sure that we aren't the ones that are taking it on for the whole region, which it seems to be happening right now.
What about a shelter or something, or like Denver did with they buy a hotel or.
Yeah, well, and we'll put it in for it or something like that, but it doesn't need to be here.
I agree.
Thank you for allowing me.
Sure. Okay, and Councilmember Scope.
I have one report. One, thank you for giving me the time the last couple of weeks. I had to bury a cousin, unfortunately. But I also was able to meet my niece. She was just born. So it's been an up and down the last couple of weeks. As of today, from the President of the Senate, James Coleman, I, myself, and Tobin Snook are going to be members of the RTD Regional Transportation District Accountability Committee. So I was asked to join for equity analysis of cumulative impacts and to maintain as a representative for disproportionately impacted communities. But ultimately, I would really like to help bring RTD and better relations to the space too, especially given conversation and everything going on. So yeah, that's my report.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Congratulations. Councilmember Teeter.
For the job, it was good.
Yeah, I just wanted to report that last week they had 2 large encampments on Sand Creek Trail. And this week they're gone. So the city is doing something. So.
They're all King Supers now.
Well, I don't know where they went. And that was
No, it's just a guess. We've got
talking to the ranger this morning. She thought they went back to Denver. They're gone.
You like Councilmembers? Sure. Douglas.
So I went to the food truck rodeo and education event on Saturday. 27J had great representation, as well as Adams 14, and we had the Auraria Community College was there, MSU was there. In Chicano, he absolutely rocked it. I am so proud of them as our hometown band. On Saturday night, it's Larry Lobato's birthday, and they are playing that night from 7 to 11 at the American Legion. Everybody knows where it is, and if you don't, just contact me and I'll get you the address. And invite everybody to come out and support our local hometown band and have a good time. So yeah, the event was great. Good turnout with the food trucks and some of the local businesses had an opportunity to set up tables, and it was just a really good event. Wonderful park. And so I thank you from the community to the city.
They did a wonderful job.
All right.
Proud of them.
Thank you.
Thank you for going.
No,
On behalf of-
thank you
Yes.
for all the hard work. I know putting something like that on is so much work, but great job, and we thank you for it. Appreciate it.
Share that with the team. Thank you.
Yes, we really appreciate it. Anybody else? Council, Mayor Pro Tem Noble.
It's the only one I can think of. I don't have my calendar with me, but because it was today, short-term memory. I was honored to be asked to participate today at Stead School for a roundtable. There were 8 tables that the guides, AKA teachers, came around and met all of these really interesting people who were there to help them plan their coming school year and provide resources and referrals and references and ideas for what these students could be working on. Needless to say, my focus was on civics and democracy, educating people about government, local government. I would love for them to take on a project that they want to advocate for and come before the city council. I don't know if I won that one. They were going to let the students come up with their own ideas, and I hope that they help guide them a bit, because we sure need a lot more education and knowledge about the processes and how they work and engaging in government. So it was really an interesting experience. I wish I could have been one of the teachers and gone from table to table, because there were some really interesting people there. It was a humbling experience. It was really fun.
Thank you. All right, last Tuesday, we had a joint meeting with planning. I thought that went very well. Unfortunately, it was the same night as National Night Out. So we had to pick and choose where we're gonna be that night. Of course, planning was on the list, and we tried to make it out to some of those national nights out, and that didn't work out beforehand. Next day, had the Metro Mayor's meeting. We had it at the zoo. That was interesting. But it was good. It was a good presentation from the zoo and the CEO of the zoo. How much money they asked the city of Denver for? They asked for $117 million in their budget. They're gonna get $3 billion. So just to take care of all those animals out there, it's unbelievable. Talked about Boulder County Commissioner Ashley Stormet was there. And then we had a discussion of the Division of Fire Prevention Control, Chief Burnell. Talk about the Wildlife Resilience Code Board. So that's coming up, and how that's going to change the way cities and counties look at wildfire prevention. They have like hot spots. Big one is Arsenal for us. It's yellow and orange. There's other areas that are red. So they're gonna go to each city, and they have this map. So we have to make sure if they identify us in areas that are red, but they're actually no color, or they're a lower color priority, orange or yellow, we have to make sure we're watching what they're doing and being proactive. So we're not into those areas where we go far beyond, we won't have time to adjust. But looking at just different ways as far as the codes, how you administrate codes as far as, and code would include like hardening of buildings and just those things we talked about before with residential, but this would be for all building types. And so, here's when I had at the zoo, they asked us to visit certain areas of the zoo, and there's only 4 places that we could pick from. One was flamingos, snow leopards, tigers, and the gorillas. So I chose the gorillas, and unbelievable animals. I mean, I probably have some here where Councilmember Chacon be a little closer. Of course, the facility's cages are the amount of cages of wire in there. These are really gentle creatures. And they're vegetarians. They weigh between their brothers, half brothers. One weighs 450, the other weighs 500 pounds. And they're just moving along like children. No effort, effortless. And then, so they do take different measurements, and as far as like hearing of the heart and everything. So they'll ask one of the brothers put their chest against the screen so they can hear the heartbeat and all those things. And they do all kinds of different things to make sure that the animals are taken care of, but just listening and the different gestures they would make. I mean, almost like, like, of course, their diet doesn't consist too much of sweets. So they were giving them like the fruit I just had as a treat.
With the brownies in
Not the brownie. I know the brownie's in there. But they have walnuts. They're taking walnuts like we would with sunflower seeds and just crush them, take the seeds out. Yeah, they would take peanut butter, stick it in a container, and they would go get straws or so, and then take the peanut butter out. Yeah, it's crazy.
I can do that on a good day.
I have a quick question about the wildfire evaluation. Will it evaluate like the residents like on 112 where it has the railroads and things like that?
It
That's
didn't,
always one of my biggest fears.
yeah,
is
it didn't
both
go into that
railroads
detail.
something's wrong.
I mean, we could be fire areas that are identified along the corridor as far as railroad, but they really won't work. It's what could actually catch on fire and then jump to the next area. So,
Sorry to change.
oh no, you're fine.
Thank you.
Dr. Cogboard was interesting. He talked about Xcel Energy wanting to build on their energy side 3,700 megawatts of power. And then, of course, they wanted to ask the cities to sign on and support the PUC with ability for Xcel Energy to produce that amount of power. I'm sorry, 3,500 megawatts. And 1 megawatt is enough power for 500 to 1,000 homes. So 3,500, that's a lot of homes. And so, I mean, not just homes, that's businesses. With what's also on the horizon because of the data centers is next big thing here. And then that's changing as well too, because we're going to start computing differently than we do now. So data centers actually could be smaller, but more of them. And anyway, data center that they're talking about could take anywhere from 350 to 800 megawatts of power. That's a lot of power. So.
And water usage. Was it one search? I can give the schematic of it for data centers because we have 53 in Colorado alone. But one search through AI is the equivalent of a bottle of water.
Oh, yeah. Yes, it is. I appreciate the latte with the employees on the 7th. Was that Wednesday? Those days are going together. I did like the employees being able to have that space and feel that they could kind of at ease before they start to go to work, and you would see them in their little pods to what department they work in. It was that group, so that was really cool to see. I can't think of the coffee company that actually served the coffee, but they had some really good selection. I decided to get a latte. It was really good. And then also attended the food truck rodeo. I appreciate his name, Dr. Molokai Brownlee, for coming out with Aurora Community College. And they gave away backpacks. And Chicano Heat was the band. They did an amazing job performing. And we were lucky because it wasn't that hot. It wasn't that cool. There was no wind. So it was a great overcast day. So kudos to the city for having these events every week. And I think this week is movies in the park, some crayon movie.
Purple crayon.
Harold and the Purple Crayon.
George and the Purple Crayon.
Some boy in
He has a purple crayon. He only has a purple crayon.
Yeah, not a red one, but a purple. All right. Well, I appreciate you guys being here tonight.
Trying to remember which park that's at. We can get that sent out to council as well, yeah.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Oh, sure. Thank you guys for being here tonight. We'll be discussing.
Thank you, team.
Thank you, Sadie.
Yes, thank you.
So you get 6 minutes back. 10:24.
Sean.